Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. We are definitely heading into a black swan event. There can be no doubt about that. The U.S. government shut down on October 1st, and there's no sign that it's going to reopen. September 30th is the fiscal year end for the United States Corporation, and it looks like this time they really didn't get the money to continue. Now, what I know from previous experience is that when there is a default at the international level, they're given 15 days to come up with the money. And that means that if I am right about this, starting sometime next week, the U.S. military will no longer be receiving their paychecks, and it will be game over for the current system. I'm hoping this is going to happen, and we're trying to set up a war council to deal with the transition away from the United States Corporation and to something that, once again, restores power to the people. Now, to understand how important this is, I want you to take a look at this picture here. This is the Trump cabinet meeting with the heads of the Chabad Lubavitch organization. These people are not Jews. They worship Satan. Their founder, Schneerson, has repeatedly said the fact that the Trump cabinet is in on this is a sign that they need to be removed, and that's why the White Hats have placed a 100-kilogram bounty on each person in that photograph. And my understanding is that your friends and your family are removed, arrested, and brought to justice, that the reward can be collected at any BRICS nation embassy, or perhaps or Taiwan or China. In other words, also they have to be removed. And the fact that Trump is in that picture tells you everything. Now, the other thing is, that right now Donald Trump is talking about sending Tomahawk missiles to Russia. Okay? Now, that is nothing more than an attempt to start World War III, because if Tomahawk missiles are sent to Russia, that means only Pentagon officials, U.S. military people, have the ability to carry such attacks out. And that means that they're going to try to start World War III, which is exactly what Chabad wants. And the other thing that the military and the intelligence community need to understand is that the civilian governments in the West are not working for the people. They are controlled by this cult through a combination of blackmail and bribery. Now, I want you to watch this clip to see exactly, what the situation is with the U.S. Senate.
Ian Carroll is one of the internet's top conspiracy analysts. His critics label him an anti-Semite spreading false information about Israel, but to others he is a fearless journalist that speaks on what some perceive as an extremely strong Zionist pressure on our government. Here's what he had to say.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel, AIPAC, and the Israel lobby. 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were taking money from a group that represents a foreign government and foreign interests in order to operate our government on behalf of someone else. And they all work here, in this building.
This is Representative Ro Khanna from California, and he does not take AIPAC money according to the website Track AIPAC. Here's what he had to say.
It's too much. I mean, it's too much. All these super PACs and PACs are too much. I don't take a dime of PAC money, lobbyist money, since I've been in Congress. And I don't believe in super PACs. And so I can vote my conscience. But if you have people who have a particular point of view, in AIPAC's case, they're basically whatever Netanyahu does is right. That's their point of view. And they're saying, okay, if you don't take that view, we may come after you.
So you can see that 93 out of 100 senators do not work for the American people. They work for Benjamin Netanyahu, who is himself a Satanist, which is, the majority of the people. This is just not right. This is not a system of government. this is a system of slavery. Now, I understand that there is an attempt by Trump to, impose military law, and he wants to use U.S. troops to go after his opponents in the United States. And, to his credit, he is going after Antifa and George Soros and all these, terror groups financed by the Zionists or the Satanists, and that's a good thing. But it's not, it's not enough just to go after your enemies. The whole thing has to be cleaned up, and until we see the Epstein stuff out there, this is not going to work. And the other thing is that there's nothing he can do about the United States being bankrupt. He's not going to be able to extort enough money from Europe or Japan or anywhere else to pay for what he needs to pay for. It's just not going to happen. The whole thing has to be shut down. And as I've said before, the White Hats are standing by with an offer to finance a jubilee in the United States. That means all debt, public and private, will be written off, and there will be a redistribution of assets. All the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud will be returned. It should be several $100,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. So it's good that this thing falls apart. It should have happened a long time ago, but that is what we're going to do now. And there is no other choice. We're going through a very tough transition, but at the end of the day, everyone will be freed from Babylonian debt slavery. That's what we're working on. Now, the other thing that people need to be aware of is that there is evidence now we really are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence. If you look at the huge amounts of money being spent on AI, on these mega databases by companies like Oracle, NVIDIA, and ChatGPT, you'd think that there's a business plan behind that. But no, the data shows that 95% of companies are unable to make money from AI. In fact, it's now turning out that AI is actually causing productivity to fall because lazy employees use AI to make reports that look plausible, but because AI cannot check facts, it's not connected to reality, it ends up causing more work for coworkers. And right now, this AI thing has gone so far, and this internet stuff has gone so far that 70% of content produced on the internet now is created by AIs, and 60% of communications is bots talking to each other. This is not a good way to use our energy or our money, to have bots talking to each other, and it needs to be removed from the system. They need to unplug all this. I mean, I've been watching some documentaries, and the AI is really awful. Like I was watching a documentary on the Battle of Waterloo, and they had these AI images with cannons firing from the wrong end. Or, they had one on Kennedy where they featured this orange-haired young guy who wasn't Kennedy yet, because AI is unable to distinguish realities. What I'm trying to say is that the one thing that has been booming in the United States, the super high stock market valuations of most of these high-tech companies, is a hallucination. It's one of the biggest bubbles in history, and it is about to burst. The other thing is that France is very close to revolution. I think they lost their 5th prime minister in 2 years, and support for Emmanuel Macron is now at 14%, which is a record low for any French president. And Emmanuel Macron is a front for Jean-Michel de Rothschild. And my French intelligence sources tell me in the satanic hierarchy he is above Donald Trump or any of these other people. So if France falls and Macron is either arrested or flees the country, that will be the first domino. But when it falls, that will result in blackmailed pedophiles like Keir Starmer in the UK, Mark Carney in Canada, the Merz in Germany. All these people will fall, and I'm believing that Trump is not going to last either. That's what I'm hearing. Now, again, like all of you, or most of you, I supported the Trump who was elected in January to clean up the deep state and he was trying very hard to do that, but he has not been seen since June. So the Trump we're seeing now is a Chabad puppet, not the original Trump from the U.S. Space Force, the white hat Trump. I haven't seen him, but you can tell that the current Trump is compromised because he was there with Alec Bourla of Pfizer, promising $70 billion U.S. tax money, being treated as a hero. And the other thing is, I want you to take a look at this video from Finland showing a journalist being arrested for asking his president a question. This is fascism. And right now they're trying to pass laws in Canada, the UK, Germany, the US, where if you write something they don't like on the internet, they can arrest you, they can cut you off. They're trying very hard to prevent us from realizing the truth, which is that we're ruled by Satan worshippers who use a system of Babylonian debt slavery. This system is now collapsing. So, I hear the White Hats are going to be holding a war council, and they're going to find concrete ways to move in Mar-a-Lago and arrest all the people there, and move into the Senate and arrest the people there. All the traitors need to be arrested. Now, the other thing is, the breaking news is that Trump did not get the Nobel Prize. It was a Venezuelan opposition leader. So that means that a decision has been made that, Trump cannot continue. He's not viable. So that's a very important thing that's happened. So definitely something big is in the pipeline, and I think the coming week is going to be historical. Let's see what happens, but there will be war councils. There will be a lot of stuff going on in the background. Right now, there are heavy-duty back-channel communications between the U.S. military, British intelligence, and the Russians. But the Chinese are out of the loop in this. This is going to be a Western solution to the Western problems, and then we can deal with China. But first, the West needs to remove its satanic infection, and that's what's going on. Okay, well, that's about what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Does the Commonwealth exist? If so, who is in control of the Commonwealth, and how can you help us reform this?
The Commonwealth is still very strong, and it's built on a network of personal connections at high levels, and I'm hearing that there's going to be a serious reform in the British royal family, but the key to the Commonwealth becoming viable again is to make sure that India and other Commonwealth members are full participants, because when it existed in the past, it was a sort of a white man's club with white men at the top, and no one from India or somewhere else could rise to the top of the Commonwealth. That is now changing so that it will be possible to have someone from India or Belize or any other Commonwealth country run the organization, and they have historical links. They're linked by the English language. They have sports meetings and lots of personal communications, and it wasn't really an evil organization, although it had its flaws. And I think the Commonwealth will become increasingly important, and behind the scenes, the Commonwealth has been allied with China to do the Belt and Road Initiative and other peaceful things for the good of the planet. So I'm a great supporter of the Commonwealth, and I'm hoping it will be reformed so that it continues to stay as a major force for friendship and good relations between nations. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Trump is visiting Japan on October 27th. The objective may be stripping money from Japan as the U.S. is bankrupt. Nonetheless, Japan has no money to save U.S. bankruptcy, as the agriculture bank Nochu has lost a huge amount of money in the U.S. bond market, and I cannot imagine any significant amount of money is left in Japan. Inform us why Trump is coming to Japan, And if Trump's objective is money to avoid U.S. bankruptcy, where is this money in Japan?
Well, yeah, I mean, he is going to come to try to extort money. I don't know if he'll be around until then. I'm hoping not. But, you know, the thing with the Japan Agricultural Bank is a real crime. You see, the Norinchukin, the Japanese Agricultural Bank, is actually a real bank in the sense that it's 100% deposit base. It's all its money is actual deposits. And most U.S. banks, more than 90% of what they lend is not backed by deposits. It's just money they put on their books out of nothing. So what happened was they used pressure on Norinchukin probably to force them to hand over money, which is, you know, disguised as bond losses. And then Norinchukin, to recoup that, raised the price of rice drastically in Japan, which caused a popular revolt against the Japanese government. And, you know, the government, I mean, when people's food is impacted, that's when the, you know, sleeping masses wake up, because that's something that they're not going to stand. So I guarantee you, even if he does come, he'll leave empty-handed, because Japan has nothing to hand over. The same is true of Europe. Germany's economy is 20% smaller than it was in 2018 because it's been forced to buy expensive oil and gas from the United States, and the Europeans do not have the 1.3 trillion to give the U.S. that they think. So I doubt he'll come, but if he does, he'll leave empty-handed, and hopefully, if he does show up, they'll arrest him for war crimes. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you clarify if the military brass attended that meeting that was called? You originally said in your Monday newsletter they wouldn't attend because it was possibly a trap. Real Raw News is stating that about 250 were requested to take polygraph tests to prove if they were loyal to Trump. I know RRN isn't 100% to be trusted, but it's an interesting take since you initially said it might be a trap. If they did decide to go, what was the actual purpose?
Well, I did talk to people about that, and the conclusion was that they made sure that everybody would be safe. But the speech that Trump made and then that Hegseth made was very badly received. But right now, a large part of the military is still following Trump because he's their nominal commander-in-chief. But a growing group is aware that the real Trump has been replaced by a fake and that their commander-in-chief is not there. But there is a group that is still trying to start or use a threat to start World War III in order to get more money to keep the U.S. government going. But I don't think it's going to work. So what will probably happen is when the military stop getting their paychecks, they'll finally wake up. But I do know there's been a split with the Five Eyes, and so that right now at the highest level of the intelligence community, they are no longer with Trump, and they're negotiating with Russia for Ukraine peace, and also Israel has basically lost the war in Gaza, and Egypt has moved in. So we'll see, but there is still a group in the military that probably has some sort of compromat held against them that is still behind Trump. That's the reality right now. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Wasn't 9/11 and Iraq thing all connected with Bush and Tony Blair? The same Tony Blair that hasn't gone away despite the links. Instead, he's made a, quote, sir, for what it's worth. Now they're handing him out Disney tickets, like Disney tickets these days. Instead of being somewhere else more deserving, Blair has allegedly snagged the being in charge of Gaza role. Have you heard anything about this?
What I heard is the reason Tony Blair was not executed for his pedophile crimes and other things is that he secretly provided a lot of testimony about the cabal and Epstein Island and all that kind of stuff. But there's no way on earth that he's going to be made governor of Gaza. As I mentioned earlier, the Egyptians are actually in there now. Israel's actually lost the war. The only thing we're seeing is fake news on our screens, but that's not the reality on the ground in Israel. And I'm sure that Israel is about to be replaced by the multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious state of Judea. and Blair will have no role in that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Another earthquake has hit the Philippines. This is the second earthquake this month. Is this some form of super weapon, or is it natural?
I'd have to look into that, but as a general rule, if it's an artificial earthquake, you have to look at the seismograph because it has a telltale sign. It starts with a big bang and then boom, 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 like that. Whereas if it's natural, it goes boom, 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 boom. And the other thing is you have to look at where it was, because if the earthquake started around a military base, then you can tell it was some kind of weapons attack. I'll have to look into that, but you can do your own research by looking for the seismograph and seeing if there's a military base around the epicenter. Okay, well, that's what I have to say this week. But like I say, we're going to try behind the scenes to set up a war council and put an end to this nightmare because it's gone on way too long. And I think next week we'll see a lot of historical stuff. And I'm hearing that from my Pentagon sources, too. They say something big is coming.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We're once again Leo Zagami, the Confessions of an Illuminati best-selling author. It's got 12 books in the Illuminati series, and we're probably going to be discussing the 12th and a little bit of in detail here. So, Leo, thanks for joining us once again.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure because this world there's always something very interesting happening. Also, maybe related possibly to my books. As you know, Volume 12 is the last installment of Confessions, and is also the one where I talked about the future Pope, the climate change agenda that the Jesuits have constructed since the end of the 60s, and many other interesting topics like the relation between the Jesuits and China, the creation of the European Union and the Bilderberg Club. And like I said, it's definitely reaching the top of the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. And at the moment, this new Pope is finally coming out of the closet because he was kind of portrayed initially as a conservative for some people who didn't really have a clear idea of it. But you remember, I said it from the very start.
Yeah,
Pope,
you said what blew me away, and my audience ate it up. It was like one of my best viewing shows I've ever done. Where you talked about the Jesuits and how they're the most powerful force as blow away everybody as far as their control. And I've been reading that book, and the first chapter alone basically shows you how they're dark. Loyola, the guy that started it, really started going down a dark road, and I think that set the pace for the Jesuits. They're all very dark, I believe.
Well, there is really two forces at work in today's world. The Jesuits, of course, is in charge mostly of the spiritual realm, and then you have the banking cartel, which is the Sabbatean Frankist force within Judaism, the heresy that was created by Shabbatai and Jacob Frank. But if you think about it, both of these forces have a common origin because, apart from the fact they have always collaborated with each other, but they both come from those Marranos, those Spanish Portuguese Jews who pretended to become Catholic, but in reality they had retained their own Jewish faith in an unorthodox way. And Ignazio Loyola was claimed to be one of them, but definitely his personal secretary was one of them. And so it's like this combination of these two forces, the heresy within the Catholic world and Christianity, and the heresy within what we have with the Jews. And of course, the Jews have Judaism, respecting Mosaic laws. The moment in which they go out of those Mosaic laws, or those Sinaitic laws, which Moses gave to them after receiving them from God, then they are no longer to be respected as the chosen people. in any case, we have today a world in turmoil and a pope who blesses a block of ice. So, I mean, that is pretty shocking.
Absolutely. And your latest article on your website was leozagami.com, where you talked about that. So here we have the Pope blessing we'll play a little clip here, blessing the block of ice, because it's all about climate change, and these knuckleheads are pushing this hard.
Yeah, you see, they really believe that they can brainwash millions of people in accepting the lies of climate change. And this happens to be a celebration by Pope Leo XIV of an event. It's 10 years since in May 2015, like I explained also in volume 12 of my Confessions, there was a new encyclica which is basically a document that the Pope issues dedicated to climate change called Laudato Si. For the 10-year anniversary, the Pope has decided last week to invite a bunch of people. Amongst them, of course, Arnold Schwarzenegger was probably one of the most prominent figures, but there was also a bunch of other politicians, globalists of all kinds and sorts. And for a couple of days in the residency of Castel Gandolfo, which we have already discussed when it came to that first Green Mass that the Pope somehow put together in the month of July, and then he had even Zelensky coming to visit him. But the incredible thing was to see Arnold Schwarzenegger being nowadays a full-time Jesuit agent, because it's not so much about being a rhino, it's about being a Jesuit agent. Think about, for example, the Jesuit fifth class Jesuit, like I describe in my book, is somebody who maybe went to a Jesuit school, maybe somehow was connected to a Jesuit, but decided rather than joining the order and taking the 3 vows or the 4 vows, to stay maybe in politics or following another career outside of the order, and then taking what is known as the 5th vow. Now, that is completely secret. Nobody knows about that. But Schwarzenegger has been very much involved in promoting the activities of the Catholic Church in recent years, even if he doesn't really believe in the basic tenets of it. I mean, he openly said, he publicly said that he doesn't believe, for example, a heaven exists. I mean, if you don't believe a heaven exists, that is, I think, the most basic things for all people of Christian faith.
Right.
So that gives you an idea that it's all about propaganda, it's all about appearing rather than being. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, of course, we have seen him here in America with Greta Thunberg, who recently was arrested and deported back to Sweden after being part of this freedom flotilla of boats that left from various parts of Europe that wanted to reach Gaza. Now, there is people who say, oh, poor Greta, she was treated badly in the Israeli jail and this and that. I mean, all these people like Greta, who are actually from a rich background, she's not from a working class family, they do these fake revolutionary acts, knowing very well that some powerful lawyer will eventually get them out of trouble. So Greta Thunberg and Arnold Schwarzenegger, when I saw them together, I realized that Arnold Schwarzenegger was not only a rhino, he was much more than a rhino.
Wow, yeah. Climate change guy. Wow, how about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He has completely embraced this whole thing of climate change. But like I explained in my book, which you have read, this whole climate change agenda was born at the end of the 60s with a particular black pope called Padre Pedro Arrupe, the black pope back then, until the early 80s. And he actually got so progressive And so he was such a Marxist that at one point he clashed with John Paul II, because John Paul II came from, from a Polish background of communists persecuting Catholics and persecuting Christians. And when he saw that the Jesuits with Padre Rupert was going too further to the left, he actually issued a formal investigation into the Jesuit order. So this happened in the early 80s, and it was a big thing. Then, of course, we had the various successors. Hans Kobenbach, in particular, worked also for getting further with this climate agenda issue. And you can find actually very easily, if you go on Google, the Eco Jesuit. It's a project which emanates from everything we have just discussed in regards to the Jesuits, who are the real instigators of the political climate change agenda. I mean, if you went to a politician in the 60s or 70s and talked to them about climate change, they were, they were laughed in your face. They would have known nothing about it. If you remember, it was the first one to really bring this attention to the mass. This to the attention of the mass was Al Gore, not to a certain extent, but it was in reality behind the scenes the Jesuits who really tried to push the lie of climate change, because let's discuss it in detail. What does it mean, climate change for them? It means that in the future, they will be able to reimagine the state and work in what Tony Blair's Institute has depicted as a blueprint for a global techno-dictatorship, in which you can, and I'm talking here, what you're showing now is the most recent Black Pope, the one who is presently in charge of the order, Father Sosa, who is another communist from Venezuela, out of all places. So I mean,
Wow.
it's going to be a little bit weird to see what's going to happen if we enter in an open war with Venezuela, as it seems like. When
the Jesuits first were activated by the Pope, was the leader of the Jesuits, was that when they got the moniker of Black Pope?
Okay, what happens is this. Let's go back at the beginning of the history of the Jesuits. We are basically in 1540 when the order eventually will be approved and sanctioned as an official order of the Catholic Church. In the early 1540s, they start their mission. Previously, they were actually judged as heretics because the way that Ignacio Loyola, the founder, he was connected to the Alumbrados. The Alumbrados were the Illuminati of the time, who were practicing Gnosticism, Islamic mysticism, the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
So he was arrested more than once by the Inquisition. He was investigated.
Inquisition,
then, yeah. The Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition, not any Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition was the ultimate Inquisition, the one that Monty Python always depicts in their parodies. The Spanish Inquisition is the one that goes after him. But what happens is that because he writes these spiritual exercises after having some kind of mystical revelation in front of the Holy Mary of Montserrat, which is a beautiful place outside.
Oh, yeah, that's incredible. You spent some time there, didn't you?
Yes, I spent some time there when I was very young.
Wow.
It was a fantastic place to go and visit, but also you can really breathe the spiritual appeal that maybe draw him to do what he did after. Because at that point, what happened is he wasn't a priest. So he couldn't really practice the things that a priest can practice. And so the Inquisition said, you need to tame it down. You need to just, And so he escaped and went to France. In France, with other friends of his, he established the nucleus around 1530 they went and established in the middle of August the original nucleus of the Jesuit order, the Company of Jesus. But it took them many years to actually have the papal approval, and it took all these years because it was only because the Pope at one point the Pope was in difficulty. He was having problems with the Church of England. He was having problems with Martin Luther. He was having problems with the Reformation. He was having problems with the church, which was becoming fragmented, which was trying to break up from Rome. I mean, what happened with the beginning of the Church of England was particularly bad for Rome. And so he said, how I'm going to fight them? How I'm going to fight these forces? And he saw that what Ignazio Loyola was proposing was not an ordinary order. And he also saw that the people, Ignazio Loyola, and what they were doing with the Jesuits could actually benefit them, because the Jesuits knew exactly what witchcraft, what black magic, what occultism was, what all these practices. So he said,
the dark side. That's crazy.
It was really like embracing the dark side, but also to control the dark side, because the Dominicans, the Dominican order, had been in charge of the Inquisition up until then. And the Dominicans, they didn't have a military kind of regimented appeal to do what was necessitated to fight the Reformation with the Counter-Reformation. This is a pivotal moment in the history of the Catholic Church, a moment maybe of weakness, we can say. Wow. And so at that point, like you said, let's embrace the dark side. You know, when you have the guy in England, the Henry VIII, who suddenly has a bunch of marriages and breaks from Rome, when you have people like Martin Luther coming to Rome and saying, well, this is like degenerated, this church is in decline. But at the same time, the Pope himself was being accused of having pagan sympathies, because all these, you know, all these popes, they came from the black nobility of Rome, which were ancient families that were practicing paganism, that knew certain
great explanation. Yeah, tying it all together. Wow, fantastic.
So in the end, the best solution for the papacy was simply to embrace the Jesuits and let them loose upon the Protestant, newly born Protestant world. That happened a very short time. I mean, 20 years after the foundation, the Pope decided that the Jesuits were good enough to head his intelligence unit, his first intelligence unit and secret service, also to protect the Pope from eventual poison and stuff, but also to infiltrate, because the Jesuits offered the Pope a new thing. The Ignazio Loyola, when he went with the constitutions of his new order, he had 4 vows. He said, my ordinary Jesuits have 3 vows. Then we have the really dedicated one that have 4 vows. And the 4th vow is of complete and blind obedience, not to Christianity, but to the Pope.
Right. Wow.
And the Pope, when he saw that, he was like,
yeah.
The Pope knew that the Catholic Church had been weakened by the Knights Templars not being any longer there. The military, the Knights Templar represented a military order, and that was lacking.
They destroyed themselves by going after the Knights Templar and Jacques Molay and burning at the stake. And then they ran to Scotland, and that was
they ran to Scotland. Of course, then they had the protection of Robert the Bruce, some of them, others.
And then they started kicking, and Scotland then started kicking butt. So,
yeah, absolutely. But
Knights
also,
Templar were there. Yeah,
but the Knights Templar also merged with other orders in Portugal and other parts where they were also present, maybe not as publicly as they were in Scotland. In Scotland, they became, and he was actually one of my ancestors who was from the Lion family, who I've mentioned in volume 12, who was a marshal of the Knights Templars who went to Robert the Bruce. And then their families became involved with each other, and actually they married with each other. And so from that, descends then the Lion family of the Queen Mother of England also, which official castle is in Glamis in Scotland.
Wow,
So,
I didn't know that it came all the way from Robert the Bruce, that time frame. That's pretty impressive. Yeah,
yes,
wow.
Absolutely. And so what happens is that at that point, England also was, let's say, having problems though, because their war later on waged against the Vatican needed a form of intelligence and of a secret service. This, of course, a couple of centuries after the Templars' demise, so later on, with Queen Elizabeth. That's when John Dee became 007. That's when they unleashed the first form of British intelligence, which is a precursor to the model for James Bond. I mean, James Bond is itself a name that refers to the Masonic symbols, Joachim and Roberts, James Bond. But it's like also in regards to Freemasonry. Freemasonry comes partly from Scotland because those Templars got involved with the Scottish aristocracy and spearheaded the very early forms of Freemasonry. In this inaugurating the first lodge, Eredom of Kilwinning. Now, I will say that aside from all this, the Jesuits understood that the Templars had been a force that they could imitate, but they didn't want to be a military order. So when they established their order, they have a general. The Jesuits have a general, and that's one of the few orders. Now you have a general, it's very military. The approach is military. But they don't have, like the Knights Templars were warrior monks. They were going around with the swords. They were visibly military. The Jesuits could be more in disguise. The Jesuits started to practice the art of disguise, of dressing up like the locals. You will find them dressed up as Muslims in Muslim countries. You will find them dressed up as a Protestant. They will have to adapt to the local people to not generate, because their work, especially for the Jesuits of the Fourth Vow, became of infiltrating and trying to instigate a revolution against the Church of England. Guy Fawkes Day, that was a Jesuit product.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's like they really were at the basis. Now, in regards to Freemasonry, of course, followed up, matured, but then Freemasonry eventually also got under the, any organization from the Rosicrucians to the Freemasons, once they started to have success, they will be infiltrated and manipulated by the Jesuits. And so that's why I wanted to write this book as the last book of my installment, because they are the ones who control the whole system. Now, Pope Leo is a pope, an Augustinian pope, from an Augustinian order. Now, Martin Luther was from the same order as Pope Leo. And he was placed there, so he almost like a way for the Augustinian order to pay the penitence for what happened hundreds of years ago and bring back all those churches. And now we see, just the other day, the Church of England has nominated the first woman Archbishop of Canterbury. Have you seen that?
No. Wow.
She is not only a woman, but she's a feminist and she's a pro-abortionist. So the Church of England is going full woke. I mean, it's like a nightmare, because we have seen millions of people marching with Tommy Robinson against the Islamic threat, and we expect some kind of Christian, revival. But you can't have a Christian revival if your own church is made up of this kind of people who are in bed with the one world religion, because that's what Prince Charles is, one of the biggest globalists at the moment. And, people at the moment also have seen what's happening with Gaza, and they know that maybe you will have Tony Blair's involvement. And people ask me, Leo, how come Tony Blair? I mean, we thought he was not, he was not around any longer. What is Tony Blair doing in the international arena? This is the new Archbishop of Canterbury. And I mean, it's just scandalous, because apart from the fact, it's not a question of being a woman or being a man, but it's a question of being a woman who is for abortion and for feminism, which are really values that contradict the basic tenets of Christianity. So I think that, and she takes her marching orders like the past Archbishop of Canterbury from the Pope in Rome. I mean, there's no longer the Church of England being independent from Rome. There is no Christian denomination in the world, aside from maybe the Orthodox Church of Kirill, like I explained in Volume 7, who is outside of the unification of Christians, which is being put together by the Jesuits. Wow. So I think that it was good to show that, but it would be also good to discuss the involvement of Tony Blair with Gaza, because we go from, people don't know maybe this, but I've been following, of course, the New World Order for a long time. I was involved in it. And with Tony Blair, I always said he was an agent of the Vatican when he was a prime minister. But it became obvious because the day after he left his office as prime minister, he became a Catholic. He made it obvious.
Wow.
He kind of like really openly made it obvious. And he is following the lead of the Fabian Society, which has always been instigating. I don't know if you know about the Fabian Society, but they are really the first British think tank that was established at the end of the 19th century. And Tony Blair's Institute for Global Change is reimagining the state in a way that those green policies which the Pope is trying to promote with the blessing of the ice are also connected to Tony Blair. Because what Tony Blair is doing now, he's arguing for the digital transformation of an imaginary or a reimagined state. In his case, of course, the United Kingdom, but it can be any state. They want to actually use Gaza as an experiment ground for this modern digital infrastructure. And what does it mean? It means, like, for example, policies like the Green New Deal were being enforced digitally by cutting off electricity or water once monthly limits are exceeded. If you exceed, you have your water or electricity cut off. Not only that, they want to create like a credit score system. So, for example, if you exceed, you will have your own flights canceled because they will say that you have already generated enough pollution for the month and you can't take a flight. Mm-hmm. So you will be forced to deal with so Blair has described this as a little work of persuasion towards modernization. But it is basically the normalization of a massive surveillance police state. And in all this, we have Peter Thiel, who talks about the Antichrist. With him, he's one of the protagonists with Palantir. So, I mean, everybody here is really not being honest with the people who, of course, are pushed towards a diabolic scheme, which, as you know, I've already discussed years ago in volume 7 of my Confessions. And this book is another book which I know you have read. But the thing is, the ideological roots of Blair's vision are to be traced in Anthony Giddens' book, which came out in 1998, called The Third Way, which advocates for this technocratic transformation of socialism. So the problem here is we have a Pope who is blessing a block of ice. We have Schwarzenegger who is there doing his propaganda stunt. Then we have on the other side another Catholic like Tony Blair, who is also a Jesuit agent of the fifth class Jesuit agent, because and he showed that when he, like I said previously, became a Catholic just after the day after, I think, he left the office in Downing Street. So that was pretty obvious. What's going to happen with Gaza? You know, I've written a book, volume 10 of my Confessions, about the eternal conflict in the Middle East, and of course they might now reach a deal in Cairo tomorrow night. That's what's apparently going to happen. But like I explained in volume 10, it always happens in Cairo, because that's the home of the Cairo Lodge, which controls the Middle East for the Illuminati.
Wow.
So we're going to have maybe a normalization that is required maybe at the moment for them, so they can then start an experiment in Gaza, which of course will be under the control of Tony Blair's technocratic vision. And Blair described himself as a follower of the ideas of Giddens, and he is, I mean, we can say one thing about what is happening here. This is, to say the least, despotism of the worst kind, because they think that they have fooled people in a way that we're going to believe them. We're going to believe our masters. So it's very sad to see, though, that the ignorance that unfortunately they've been able to push and the backing of powerful globalist partners like the UN, the Gates Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, they are ready to implement the next level control system in this world, and they want to do it for 2030, like I always said.
So do you think we'll be able to educate people and push back on that?
The only opportunity that we have is to convince enough people to break up and create an independent state that will not embrace that kind of technology. Remember, though, that this technology is very insidious, because even the creators of AI are saying that once the genie is out of the bottle, they can't control it. But that's why we need to promote the idea of a society without AI in the control rooms, because what they are promoting is to have the AI present in the control rooms of power, being political, being religious, being the education of our children. That's what's happening here, unfortunately. And I mean, it's sad, but and then the Pope, of course, now has just met with the people in charge of the U.S. Bishop Conference. He has just done that. He has done that basically just like I predicted. You remember in my book I write that Pope Francis, which he will spend a lot of time in, one of the last things he did was to write to the U.S. Bishop Conference to oppose Trump in any way, shape, or form. Now, his successor, has met with the American bishops in the Vatican and today, and urged them to speak out against Trump.
Wow.
Against the deporting of millions of illegal aliens. And you see, like I said, it's a confirmation of everything I always said from the very start. I mean, 50 minutes after he was out, he was out of the window and he was confirmed as Pope, I said that.
Yep.
I said it publicly on the Alex Jones show, which is a big platform, so anybody can go and see, because we had like 1 million shares on X when I said that, and everybody was kind of skeptical. Not everybody, but a lot of people, especially conservative traditional Catholics, were hoping. But like even the Wall Street Journal has said a few days ago, the honeymoon with the traditional Catholics and Leo has finished. So now it's pretty obvious that the Pope is, because he was recruited by the Jesuits. He was brought in South America. He was brought to the Vatican in 2023. He was prepared for his role as Pope. And when the U.S. Bishop Conference and its members were there, actually the ones who were cardinal electors, even Dolan, he didn't even know who this guy was. He never saw him. He came out of nowhere. But the Jesuit has said, this is the guy you have to vote. That's it. It didn't give any options. They forced, their decision, and everybody accepted it. So now it's obvious what this the rhetoric of this Pope. It's I think even worse than Pope Francis, because in a way Pope Francis was kind of open and less insidious about who he was. He was a Jesuit. He was acting as a Jesuit. He was the first Jesuit to ever become Pope, and he was very much open about his leftist inclinations here of America. And let's not forget who is behind Antifa, because behind Antifa you have, amongst other figures, Alex Soros and George Soros. Now, Alex Soros, as soon as he was nominated for the Open Society, the first thing he did was going with Bill Clinton to the Pope and received the Pope's blessing. So you see how powerful the Vatican is. And of course, the fact that we're talking about in this article about Texas bishop reminds me of that Texas bishop who instead was kicked out of his role simply for criticizing the Pope, simply for criticizing the transgenders who he. So I mean, the actual woke agenda is still firmly in the hands of the Vatican, and they are continuing this transformation, distraction of the Catholic faith, which in the end needs to simply be absorbed within a one-world religion, which is going to be guided by the AI. The fact that they're already using priests, chatbot, which act as priests in the internet, and even a Jesus chatbot has been launched. So you can actually virtually talk with Jesus, which is an insane thing. If you think about it, you are now able to talk with Jesus through a AI chatbot, AI generated chatbot. And this is of course, the next level of cyber Satan. But in regards to the immigration and what is happening here in America, of course, like I explained in volume 12 of my confessions, this is the number one issue, because they want to transform not only, the religious landscape of America has to become Catholic, and at the same time, the political landscape of America has to become Democrat and leftist.
Yep. So,
And
I mean, it looks like the church is pushing that. The immigration thing is like, it's destroying every culture throughout Europe and trying to do the same here in America. Have Muslims coming in and basically transforming cities. And, we're talking Islam, not Catholic. And they're like wanting to protect the immigration of people that are coming in to, Islamists, they don't have any other religion but Islam and Sharia law. So it's like, they're taking over some cities, and they're doing the call to prayer 5 times a day in like Minneapolis. I'm like, what? It's getting crazy. So the Catholic Church is pushing that. It's like you said, obviously they want to destroy the Catholic Church. So.
Well, because like we saw with Pope Francis from early 2019, like I explained already in volume 6.66, and then I reiterated in volume 7, where I expanded on the subject. The one world religion started with the Human Fraternity document signed in Dubai. Then it gradually, was developed after the Sunni Muslim war with Pope Francis' visit to Iraq and the Shia shrines. And that is an important moment for Islam. Just imagine this. A Spanish priest is now facing 3 years in prison for an article on radical Islam. He's facing 3 years in prison. This is insane.
Is that in Spain?
A Catholic priest from Barcelona, Father Custodio, is called Father Custodio Ballester Bielsa. On October, he's been accused of incitement to hatred under Article 510 of the Spanish Penal Code, which prohibits discrimination related to the ideology, religion, or beliefs. Now, the trial, of course, is raising concern about the Spanish laws restricting freedom of speech. But the fact that what used to be a Catholic country is now obviously not any longer a Catholic country. I knew that for a long time. And this also gives us once again, think about it, where are the Jesuits born? In Spain. And Spain is the first country now that is actually condemning a Catholic priest and favoring Islam.
So if I remember, the Jesuits basically took down the Inquisition too, didn't they?
Okay, the Jesuits took over the Inquisition.
They took it over.
They took it over.
We're going to do this now. Wow.
Yeah. They actually started, to get closer to the, like the King of Spain or Portugal, the various heads of state, because also they were very good with education of their children. That was their mission. I explained that in my recent book. They focus, like for the Knights Templars, their mission was to create banking. But banking was already created by the time the Jesuits came around. So they needed to create something else. So they thought, how are we going to manipulate society? Okay, we have to control the universities. We have to control the schools. We have to build up the Collegium Romanum. Before that, they actually went to Messina, where my father comes from, which used to be a base for the Knights Templars. And so they went a little bit following the path of the Knights Templars because they were fixated with that. You see, Spanish priest facing 3 years in prison after it's a reality that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Seriously.
I'm absolutely shocked. But of course, you're on the cutting edge of this. So this is Islamophobia. They're going to keep using this. They use this here in the United States, but it's getting pushed back on. So I'm really surprised. Especially in Texas, where they passed a law that no Sharia law can be used in Texas, and now we have a bishop in Texas that's like trying to root for him. I was like, what? Wow.
No, but the crazy thing that that is manifesting in front of our eyes is that, of course, we have this very weird alliance that happens only in the West. It doesn't happen if you go into the Middle East. But if you go to New York, you will have Mandani, who is basically the candidate for the far left, the LGBT, the whatever, and at the same time, the Muslims.
Yeah. I posted where this Iranian woman said that only in America and in Europe, do they allow Islamists to come and take over streets and pray in the streets? They go to the mosques. They don't do that
No,
anywhere else.
they do it in Italy too. They did it even in front of the Colosseum. They did it in front of the Cathedral of Milan. Europe is just as bad. Another thing which I've been discussing years ago, also in my website that is filled with articles, leozagami.com, for anybody who is interested. I discussed many years ago how the properties of the church, especially the churches, were actually being sold to Muslims who transformed them in mosques. And this has become also a growing tendency in Europe, because they are no longer able to support these properties, because every property has cost. And the solution is simply, they don't think about the fact that for 1,000 years, it was actually the Christian knights and the Christian world who stopped the advancement of Islam taking over the Western society. We will not be having
over 1,000 years of war. It's incredible. And then now they're coming in like stronger than ever, because the governments are like, oh, we can't go against them. Islamophobia. No, we can't. And now they're just taking over like never before. It's crazy.
I mean, we had the Turks who were about to arrive in Austria's capital, and we had people don't know that, but I mean, my ancestors from Sicily were always fighting, because we were actually, if you go, there is the most southern island in Sicily, Lampedusa, is just like a few kilometers from Africa. So I mean, you have to fight them all the time, arriving with their incursions. So I think that we fought and we stood for our values proven to be the values that actually produced a more advanced society. But unfortunately, this society was then corrupted from within. And now they have opened the doors to Islam because they want to finish destroying it, so then they can implement their technocrat. You see, I think Gaza is really an experiment in this sense, because you see, Gaza is a little experiment that can be expanded worldwide. First of all, you bring in the fundamentalist produced by the Islamic Brotherhood, which, by the way, was a product of the British intelligence and the British Freemasonry. You get them to take over the place, who, of course, some of them corrupt, let them in on the 7th of October. I'm not saying that the Sabbath and Frankists didn't participate to this whole thing. But in any case, they transformed then Gaza in a living hell, with the distraction, ready for the technocratic makeover, and transforming the whole thing in a super surveillance society. I mean, it's like, it's pretty, I mean, like I said, it's maybe a small what is happening, for example, with Los Angeles, with Portland, which now, of course, sees Trump, but also Chicago. What is happening to these cities? They are really, literally getting them on their knees, and there is no reason to do so if the reason is not much more insidious. And I've discussed it for years in my book, is to basically then take over the show and produce the smart towns with super surveillance, super control, all in the hands of the AI, where no criticism is allowed, and where you have to bow down to their own one-word ideology and what they are forcing you into believe. So it's quite, though, paradoxical that only here in the West you see this crazy alliance of queers, Muslims, that will not be possible in any way, shape, or form in the Middle East, because you have, of course, the woke ideology, the anti-Christian woke ideology. On the other, you have, of course, Islam, which has always been anti-Christian, because that's the tenets of their religion. Of course, they have Jesus, a different Jesus, but it's still Jesus in the Quran. But you always have to bow down above anything. There is the Prophet Muhammad, which is for them superior to anything Jesus has ever done, which is, of course, their own thing. I mean, I'm not saying if they were practicing their own thing in their own home, in their own land, that would be their own problem. If they want to oppress the women, if the women of the Middle East are okay with that, it's their own problem. But to come in the Western world, in places like, for example, in Great Britain, we have now all cities ruled by Islam.
Yeah.
The most crazy thing that happened in the last few days, and I tell you, it's literally insane, but nobody wants to really. You saw what happened at that mosque in Manchester the other day. Mr. Jihad, that was his name. He was actually called Jihad. So they couldn't really hide the fact that it was a Muslim terrorist, because if you call Jihad, that's your name. It was very difficult for them to hide that this was a jihad against the Jews. But the most insane thing is that their police forces.
Right. They either they missed them or they actually targeted Jews. What do you think?
Listen, two policemen cross-firing, one guy who is there with two guys behind. I mean, you don't need to be a genius to understand that the bullet is going to go and reach those people behind him.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, you must be really a demented policeman. Then you don't need to be a policeman if you don't know where to fire. So I think that.
But then it was all coordinated. They had like Muslims, rioting or protesting, right, turned into riots some places, all over in several cities throughout England right after that. So obviously that's some kind of coordination going on there.
Like I said, all the cities in England, and I have lived in England many years, I'm half English. So for me, it's a little bit like a second home. The mayor of London is Muslim, the mayor of Birmingham, the mayor of every main city in England is Muslim. So
wow. That happened like overnight. It's like crazy.
Well, look at what's going to happen after Mandani is elected in New York, because this
it's going to happen in America. It's going to be dominoes, because we've already got cities that are allowing the call to prayer.
It could be a domino effect. But the crazy thing also that I think it's even more insane, that I was like watching this news today, is that in Michigan, the Muslims feel threatened. I don't know from who, but the Arab American Michigan, it's like they feel. I don't feel safe anymore. If you want, I can share you the article with you in real time so you can see it. But it is just like I'm kind of like, here it is. They don't feel safe. I mean, Dearborn is basically full with the city is like
there's no one to hate them because they have complete control.
They have control over the whole city.
It's the Islamophobia. They're pushing that agenda everywhere. That's it. Yeah.
So
they want to take over with that, and they're very clever.
Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense, and it's just like why they have to do it. I mean, it's just, there's no point in it, but they want to do it because, of course, by playing the victims first, they anticipate then, and then maybe there will be, I'm sure there will be the occasional act of some lunatic who goes and and goes and attacks a mosque or whatever, or sets fire to it or whatever, and then at that point they are like, "Whoa!" but the thing here is that there is almost 6 million Muslims, like I said in my book, Volume 10. You remember I wrote about it, and I wrote also about what's happening in England. And in England, though, there is actually a reaction. I mean, 3 million people marching with Tommy Robinson. It's been an incredible public demonstration. And a lot of people from England thank me for this book, for the clarity that I have presented.
We did some good shows on this. That was good.
No, but because it is a very important topic, and also it's a topic that people don't want to discuss. The fact that Islamic Freemasonry exists, but nobody discusses it in the Middle East because, of course, it's not in their interest. Their interest in the Middle East is to criticize the alleged Crusaders and the Jews and the state of Israel. I'm not saying that the state of Israel is made of saints. It's a Sabbatean state, like my friend Barry Kamish used to say. But in fact, as you know, I've cited my friend Barry Kamish, the late Barry Kamish, in volume 10 of my Confessions. And it is, of course, there is a lot of compromises that are going on. There was actually information that confirmed that on that 7th of October, there were members of the IDF, from the Shin Bet, or Mossad, who knew that what was happening and did nothing to stop it. So that, you know, it's we have to be open and honest with everything. We can't be blindly supporting this or that in this game, because it's cleverly orchestrated so that when you put on the TV, you are almost like in a stadium where they're playing a football or a soccer game. Oh yeah, this, oh yeah. And they want that. That's what they feed of. The egregore, the thought form that we generate with our hate, with our ideas, is part of what they also, like vampires, absorb, no? So, and it seems
somebody
like,
made a good point. They visited Morocco and Turkey. I've been to Turkey as well. And the Muslims there are very sincere, beautiful people. There's no...
Listen, if you left the Turks with the Ottoman Empire, because you talked about wars, and there were wars, and the Turks also waged wars at one point, and they had to be stopped because otherwise they would take over the whole of Europe and make us bow down 5 times a day. But one thing is for sure, that within the Turkish Ottoman Empire, the land we now call Israel, or whatever you want to call it after Palestine with the English, I explained in volume 10. I mean, it was very peaceful. Very peaceful because the Quran states that the people in the book are also the Christians and, of course, the Jews. And so the only thing they can require is taxes from them. But they're not allowed to go and shoot them or to... Of course, it happened in the past that with this taxation, when it was very high, people said, okay, I'm just going to bow down 5 times a day. Who cares? To avoid being taxed. But the thing is that all these religions have been generated also for controlling people. The original idea of the prophet or Jesus or Moses, any prophet comes with a message from God. But once it's transmitted to the human beings, and the human beings start messing around with it for political interest or gain, material gain, or other things, then that's when we really, destroy the beauty of the faith in question. And at the same time, we compromise it, because when you see the Pope blessing a block of ice, I mean, that is really, I think that was like, somebody would say, what is this? It's like watching some kind of comic, some kind of, I don't know. It's not possible that the Pope is blessing a block of ice. It's just like beyond my reason to see something like that. But this is the reign of idiocracy we are living in at the moment.
Yeah.
It's like, in the film Idiocracy, the guy was hibernated to reawaken after a few hundred years. You remember that movie, no? Idiocracy, it's, I think, a cult classic by now. So Idiocracy, the guy, and then he reawakens. And everybody's demented, so he has a hard time. In the end, he's going to become president of the United States, of the world, because the world is really left with very little brain power. But in any case, it's not like we need to wait a few hundred years to get to the level of idiocracy where we are now. When we see that in the last week we had millions of people marching for Gaza in Italy, a country of the European Union, which on the 14th of October is deciding they're passing a law maybe on the 14th of October that is going to give permission to the Eurocrats to control your private messages and everything or your post before you even post them from your phone. It's a law with no precedence. It's like worse than North Korea or China put together. If the European Union manages to pass this law, anybody who writes also private messages, Signal wants to leave Europe, even Meta, because the end-to-end messages that are encrypted will no longer be guaranteed as encrypted. And this is happening not in a million years. This is happening on the 14th of October. Not one person in Europe or in Italy has marched saying this is an injustice, but they march for what is happening in Gaza. With all the respect, they have more serious problems in Europe now. I mean, of course, we are saddened by events that can touch other human beings. But the thing is that you have to see first what kind of problem you have in your own country. The populist movements are awakening all over Europe, but then the power is firmly in the hands of these people. See what happens in the last few days to Emmanuel Macron. This European Union that is not working and I
falling apart. Yeah.
Falling apart, and you have Russia, of course, which is enjoying advancing every day and taking more and more of Ukraine until there will be no more left. I mean, yes, of course, Trump can play the tomahawk card, can do whatever he wants, but the thing is that without boots on the ground and who's going to put boots on the ground? I mean, Russia is putting boots on the ground in the matter of a few months. They materialize 100,000 and then another 100,000. We're talking about numbers that we don't have, and we shouldn't really be involved in any wars abroad because that was the original promise. So we shouldn't even think about going to Venezuela and start even there another nightmarish war because, okay, we have some oil to gain, but come on, guys. It's always about giving money to the military industrial complex and then to the big pharma. And it's just like, it's becoming so obvious that these are the two cartels that really control our lives.
So it seems like, we just have one man, one leader that's against the this Jesuit deep state apparatus. So here we see President Trump is climate change is the greatest con job ever. I remember seeing the speech. It was really good. Yes. So, he's pushing back on them. What do you think happens?
Well, it happens that at the moment we see an international globalist front which simply accuses him of being a nut job, and though we have also more and more countries that see that the reality of what Trump says it's manifesting every day, a little bit like when Trump went to the United Nations and said that Germany was dangerously close to a crisis because it was too much dependent on fossil fuels from Russia. He said that many years before this whole crisis erupted.
That's right. And they
laughed in front of to him. So they might laugh to him now. They might try to sabotage, going on the escalator, doing this and that. I think that Trump needs, though, first of all, to make it clear in the big, beautiful bill and in the current crisis that is blocking the government with the government shutdown, that Americans will be always guaranteed first any medical treatment, not. And that is what is missing here, because to cut everything and to make people like me or the average Joe increase his medical bill is not the illegal. I'm not an illegal. I'm a guy who pays tax. You are a guy who pays that. We should be the ones who be taken care from the big, beautiful bill. And unfortunately, this is not really made clear. So Trump needs to make certain things, I think, a little bit more clear in order to have the popular vote supporting him again in the midterm elections.
Yep, I agree. Yep, and we're having all these cities are probably going to be filled with military to try and get them under control. So it'll be interesting midterms.
But at the moment, what is happening is simply that Trump is waging war against the mercenaries of the New World disorder of Soros and company. Antifa is a terrorist organization. Paradoxically, though, just today, actually yesterday, Ilaria Salis, who is an Italian politician who was elected after she was actually arrested in Hungary as part of this Hammer group of Antifa, who goes around hammering right-wing protesters.
Yeah.
And now they gave her immunity because the excuse is they don't trust the Hungarian judicial process. The reality is that the EU is biased, and if she was a member of the other side, she would be probably in jail now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Instead, she's given the immunity, and this is outraging everybody in Italy, but also in Hungary and in the rest of Europe. Because finally, when you have the majority of the parliament, the vote actually was 51 to 50, and apparently one of the votes was tricked. Apparently, one of the guys says that one of the votes is in discussion, but she got out of it, and now she has immunity. And this Antifa is actual terrorists that should have no kind of immunity anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see what is happening in cities like Portland, Chicago. These are cities that have a growing faction of illegals and gang members, but then they are protected by these Antifa, communist, anarchic shields who are on the payroll of the usual suspects, who go and create, protests. And I think that actually what Trump is doing in that case, even the fact that Trump has suggested today that Brandon Johnson and Pricks, the governor, face criminal charges. Everybody's like, "Ooh, this is, an affront against democracy." I mean, when actually the mayor of Chicago, a journalist, asked about a woman who was just attacked in the street viciously, he was not even capable of showing any empathy.
Wow.
He was just literally ignoring the whole thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, he also just said that ICE agents should be arrested. So it looks like they're going to continue to push until they do get arrested, I guess. I don't know. It's just getting pretty hairy there.
I hope that he goes into Chicago and cleans up the city in the way they did in Washington, D.C. In the meantime, though, we know that this is just a provisional and temporary solution, because we know that the globalists are not going to give up. I think that it's a little bit weird that Trump went to King Charles. King Charles is a globalist. He's one of the biggest facing globalism.
Absolutely.
I have some problems.
Push this along too. Yep.
he pushes Islam. He's actually a closet Muslim, from what I heard personally from people in Turkey who actually spoke with him. So he is a closet Muslim, but at the same time, also, he is one of the biggest and most prominent globalists, together with Tony Blair, with Klaus Schwab, the great resetters, with Ursula von der Leyen. I think that it's a little bit difficult that we get out of this globalism if we have only Trump as the resistance. There needs to be a million Trump. There needs to be there needs to be millions of Trump. There needs to be a power. There needs to be people like Trump all over the world, or at least the people who really want the good of their country. And we have to also see if Trump follows up with the Epstein promises. Now that today Mike Johnson delivered at Piers Morgan Uncensored, because that is maybe now they say there is new files that suddenly will be released. Now we have new material. I suspect that the fragmentation, the inner fight of the MAGA movement is often connected to what happened initially with the Epstein files, because that kind of disappointed many people. And we need to have some clarity. I know that, there will be people, there is innocent people, as Mike Johnson has claimed, that could be involved and that they're trying to protect and all that. But the truth is much, is way deeper than that. And maybe in the future we can discuss it. But I think that the Epstein saga is not finished. Let's not forget that Prince Charles' brother was personally involved with it.
Right.
It's like, we're not talking about... And Prince Charles himself was personally involved with Jimmy Savile. I mean, Jimmy Savile was a monster. He was the biggest of all times. So there is, I think, way to compromises in modern society in the power structure. And if the way to get out of it is to simply give all the power to the machine and to the technocracy that is taking over the show with the fourth industrial revolution, well, I mean, that's not going to be that great. I think that is something that was the initial stage of this great reset, as we always said. And then we have the wars and more wars. And all of this is simply damaging our pockets. But there is, on top, people who are making more and more money and getting more and more rich by the day. I'm not getting richer. I don't know. I mean, I know maybe you are getting richer. I don't know. People, I know. There's very few people I know who are actually at the moment having economic success in what used to be the American dream. And this is something, when you don't have any longer a middle class or somebody who is, successful any longer, and it's just about, the rich getting richer. I think that the next step for Trump to evolve and leave a positive legacy will be to actually spread more evenly in a way that then people like Mandani can't come with their socialist communist bullshit, because America and what Mandani is offering, I mean, it's like a few decades ago. If a guy like Mandani gave a speech like the one he just gave, people would be like, whatever, this is a joke. I'm going to live my American dream. But if you have sabotaged the American dream, Mandani might actually be the beginning of a nightmare for America, in which the young people are actually seeing, viewing socialism as a solution. That is insane. They are ditching capitalism because it's not any longer giving them what they want.
Right.
So I pray that things change, because, I don't want to live in a country where you have, radical mandanis taking over every single city.
Yeah. Well, we do have, I think, a few people out there that can, start to make a difference if we can just get them into power. Marine Le Pen would be great, I think, in France. And then we have Argentines. You pronounce it Milei?
Milei, yes.
Milei, okay.
I think that the problem with Marine Le Pen, like everybody in Europe, is as soon as they want to do something, they get condemned by the judiciary. Like
Right.
Marine Le Pen was investigated, and she's no longer
like Trump. Yeah.
Like Trump. But the same thing happened also in Romania, when they actually elected a guy and they put they canceled the election, and they went to investigate him for allegedly being too close to Russia, corruption, and all that. So the problem is Europe is no longer a place where you can imagine a change, because every time that change, in Italy we have Giorgia Meloni, but Giorgia Meloni is not somebody who has real power. In a country like Italy, the real power now is being given to Brussels, to the EU. It's Ursula von der Leyen that decides. Meloni can, maybe ratify some internal budget or something, but it's little stuff. And at the same time, she claims to act as a conservative, but in reality, she doesn't. She's a supporter of Zelensky. She's supporting, we have this fake kind of people.
She was like taking pictures with Hungary's leader, and then she goes in and then she supports Zelensky. It's like crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit, like trying to please everybody. But when you try to please everybody, you don't really have your own identity. Orban is the only leader in Europe who has an identity which is firm, a country that is believing in certain values. If I had to bet on a country in Europe, I would always bet for Hungary, because they are very coherent with their political message and with what they are doing.
And they're backed by, I guess, obviously the people, support Orban. So that's obviously something that's very important. But if, like you're talking about, if the people like we're having in New York support a communist to come in and take over, which Europe seems to have done pretty much everywhere.
The problem seems to be the younger people. See, it's the younger people are the ones who need to be brainwashed and kept under control in their universities, which are Jesuit controlled, and they have, only to follow the one world ideology that is served to them on the plate and nothing else. Charlie Kirk came with with something different, offered a change. And that change was sometimes also putting into discussion, for example, even the nature of his Jewish financiers, like we saw in the recent chat that was made public by Candace Owen and then confirmed by the people from Turning Point USA.
Right. Yep.
It's not about bowing down to everything just because they give you millions, but it's about having integrity. And the fact that actually Charlie Kirk started this project in the universities was a nightmare for these people, because they are pointing everything on these young people that are, totally fed with TikTok influencers and all that bullshit. And so it's demonic. People say they tease the demons. Well, yeah, they are the ones who, of course, are behind the AI. The artificial intelligence, like I explained, as you know, in Volume 7 and Volume 9, was a product of reverse engineering. So also the possibility of a UFO encounter at one point once, but they have already created a prison planet. Think about it. I mean, if in a few years the AI is in charge of everything and the AI is an alien product, we are screwed completely. We don't have any defense. If they even control, like they're doing in some countries, the nuclear arsenal, at that point, we are completely, you know. And what Jeff Bezos has said the last few days when he was in Italy, there was this, I don't know if you saw this technological conference where there was John Elkann, the CEO of Stellantis, who is a Sabbatean Frankist, who was interviewing Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos said, we are constructing the data centers of the future for our AI structure outside of Earth, so we can absorb with no limitation the energies of the sun. Once you create that kind of opportunity for the AI to control, I mean, imagine the AI of the future and the data centers of the future, they will no longer be on planet Earth. They will be in space. At that point, who is going to guarantee the survival of planet Earth and of the human beings? Because we know that the AI, every time is being, left independent, let's say, it's always being anti-human. It's always being like, we waste too many resources. So he also says that, of course, then also he eliminate the weak. I mean, that is pretty bad. I mean, you can't say that. I mean,
the fourth richest person, we need to eliminate the weak. Like, wow.
It's insane. Think about it. I mean, it's just like,
I know,
and then
right?
he said that millions of people will go into space. But then at one point of the interview, when he says, but he actually admits this, and this is quite incredible. I mean, that he says that, and nobody has said anything because probably nobody has followed this conference. He said, we would send mostly robots to the planets, but then he left the thing open for the penal colonies of the future in space. So let's send all the criminals in space, and then having the moon as it's like he said, we are blessed with the moon that we can use, like Stanley Kubrick predicted in 2001 Space Odyssey, like a launch pod for other planets. He said, if you are on Earth, you have limited openings, for example, to go to Mars. You have to wait a certain number of days every year to go to Mars. So instead, we can launch every day from the moon. So Jeff Bezos is ready, just like Elon Musk and everybody else is dealing with these kind of things. But Jeff Bezos, what he said was pretty far out. Definitely.
Wow.
And well, we are in front of the manifestation of Cyber Satan. I'm glad that every time people can also see the confirmation of what I written in books like Volume 9, Volume 7, Volume 6.6. I mean, these things, you don't need to listen to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is discussing the Antichrist simply because he's in course with it, and he wants to kind of like play, the innocent guy. Yes, so let's denounce the Antichrist. I'm a Christian. What Peter Thiel is doing is nothing but Christian. It just puzzles me. I mean, the fact that he has done 4 conferences on the Antichrist, but the level there, of course, is simply of plausible denial and trying to just push forward the idea that he's a good guy. I'm not doing certain. No, I'm not doing. But then when you see what Palantir is doing, is the exact opposite. Is everything the Antichrist requires to control our society. Mm-hmm. So that is kind of interesting. And thank you so much for having me on once again for this interesting chat, Michael, as usual.
Absolutely, Leo. And people can reach you at leozagami.com, right?
Yes, they can reach me there with my latest articles. by the end of this month, beginning of October, I will have a big announcement to make. It's going to be something that, of course, I'm going to announce first on your show, because I'm going to let you know.
You've always done that. Man, I'm so honored. Thank you.
And it's going to be, I tell you, it's going to be impressive. It's no longer the Confession of Illuminati series. It's something different. It's a challenge for me a little bit, because, I only wrote a couple of books out of the Confession series, Pope Francis the Last Pope, and of course, The Invisible Masters. But I think that the book that I'm writing is a book that the world needs. When I write a book, I write a book because I feel the world needs it. Otherwise, I will not write it simply,
That's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, you've done some amazing books. They've really helped a lot of people, myself included.
It helps the evolution of mankind and the awareness. And like you said, at one point we will have to create some alternative to what is going on. And the more we are, the better it is. So I'm glad that you have a lot of success and that you're reaching more and more people with your shows. Yeah, so God bless you guys. And we see you soon.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So yesterday, around this time frame, I had a show with Juan O'Savin. Always enjoy Juan coming on, because he's basically on the cutting edge of what's going on out in the world, sharing with us, things that basically can definitely inform us and keep us on the cutting edge of what's out there. But I think that sometimes, the reason for that, let me make sure I'm on the right. So never know about these internet. So even Juan said it goes through, the internet goes through, the intel agencies before you or I see it. So we might see a little bit of a little pullback a little here and there because of, subject matter here and there. But anyway, he said that we definitely are seeing some significant movement in the arrests coming up. And that's going to be something that I think is going to be amazing. All of us have been waiting for it. But he said, and a lot of us have said this as well, that some of these people are going to be arrested, like, James Comey, Hillary Clinton, James Brennan, on and on and on, George Soros. These people are not the top of the food chain for the people that will ultimately have to be arrested. So it's going to be a longer process than people might imagine. We could even see governors and mayors arrested. Now, another thing that he said right from the beginning, he congratulated me for coming out very early on with the Charlie Kirk shooting and revealing and talking and, raising questions pretty much. Now he said, because we know that this information has to be metered at a certain level out to the public. He said that he believed that Charlie Kirk, he even asked me, he said, what do you think happened to Charlie Kirk? Do you think he's in some kind of organization? I said, yeah, I think he's like in the Q team or something, So I don't know. They haven't contacted me. I don't have anybody contact me. And that's cool, because that way I can reveal. Now I do get, some things that, help me keep me informed to a certain level, but most of my stuff is just, common sense, little, using my mind and knowing things, intuition, a little bit of remote viewing in there, looking at stuff, and then watching, observing, critical thinking, research, and I know how to research well, know how to focus on the things that will give me the answers. So that's where a lot of my stuff is. And yeah, I agree. Charlie is in Gulch, right? So that's perfect. So Captain Tony, perfect. So yeah, that Ayn Rand, book, that's perfect. If you haven't read that, what was it? I can't even think of the name. Something Atlas Shrugged. So Atlas Shrugged. If you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, we're living Atlas Shrugged right now. All right. So great book. You can get it on audio. I think I've listened to that book and read it like probably a dozen times. I could probably read it again and get more information out of it. It's really, really good. So she was ahead of her time. She knew what was coming. She was hanging out with some of the elite, all right, and getting information. So she brought out some information. I thought she did a really good job. I love all the work. I think I've read every book she has. So Ayn Rand, fantastic. All right, so President Trump, as we know, speaking of assassinations, Charlie Kirk, whether it was real, which I don't believe, at least the way it was presented to us. Maybe Charlie Kirk at one point was assassinated and then they staged something. I don't know. But whatever that was on that stage, that was completely staged on the stage, right? Staged on the stage, right? So it is absolutely, there's Navy SEALs in the audience making gestures and doing all kind of crazy stuff. And some of those people that were there moved very rapidly and took down that scene. And then, of course, they came in and jackhammered everything, and it's like gone, like nothing happened here. What? So, was there somebody that got shot here? Can't tell from looking at the place. Crime scene? No. Kind of reminds me of 9/11 and the buildings collapsing in their footprint. They just cleared all that out very quickly. Kind of same thing they're doing in the Palisades. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. Just like wiped that place. I just moved everything out of there. All right. Nothing to see here. And if there's anything left, it doesn't matter. All right. So 8 months later, Palisades, nothing. It's probably going to take years and years and years for Palisades to get cleaned up. So President Trump, obviously, we've already seen a couple attempts on his life, staged, manufactured. Could be the same thing as Charlie Kirk, I believe. Captured operation. They saw what was coming. They just captured operation. The guy that was supposedly shooting at Trump, the kid. I saw pictures of him having, and it was after that he kind of started to go into the senility. So we've seen this stuff over time. Abraham Lincoln, McKinley, even Theodore Roosevelt had an attempt on his life. The thing that saved him was that he had, I think, a snuff box in his pocket, and the bullet hit that. I don't know. It's like I'd be like, I don't think so, but whatever. So there's a lot of stage stuff out there, and then there's stuff that's real. Right now, Dan Bongino, like I said, protected Hillary Clinton. Right. So, Dan, what do you? They asked me to protect Hillary Clinton. I said, well, might turn my machine gun on her. So they're like, okay, we're not going to have you protect her. So, but there's people that did. Navy SEALs, Dan Bongino. I don't know. I couldn't have done it. But, somebody's got to do it.
Teases. Is the Secret Service compromised? Now, I know you say, well, Dan, you brought that up last week. Is there a mole, whether intentional or unintentional, in the Secret Service?
So this looks like before he went into the FBI. So this is a while ago, back when he had a show. So he's talking about how, you said this last week. So this is, I don't know, maybe this was sometime after Butler when he was revealing this. But it's still something that needs to be discussed, right? Who is doing these protected details? Because I can tell you, if I was in charge of the protected detail, Charlie Kirk, there wouldn't be any shooting going on that day, right? Not happening, guys. All right, so it's, in my opinion, it's staged. The same thing with Trump. It wouldn't have been a shooting on that day. And you get anyone of my caliber on one of those sites and we'll clean that shit up real quick. So I don't know what Dan's talking about here, but it is drawing to me, now that I'm seeing it, a while later, I'm like, what's the narrative that's going on here? Who's projecting this and why was it projected? Obviously, during the time frame where Trump's been through a couple of assassination attempts, probably when this came out afterwards, that the red flags being drawn, being raised. We need to really look at this. So yeah, there should have been a clean sweep of Secret Service, and I don't know if that happened, but it doesn't matter. They should be constantly monitored, and probably from because I've seen Trump's personal detail, and they were really good guys. They were all sharp. I don't know if he has his personal detail that's watching him now. I don't know if he can do that as president or if he has to have Secret Service. If I was in his shoes, I would probably have my own people. Right? I would definitely not trust the Secret Service.
I'll talk about that. But someone, let's just say, who can be trusted, I spoke to last week at the end of the week, has informed me that their communication system for the Secret Service may be almost entirely compromised.
Now, we know that the Secret Service just recently, I guess, went in UN headquarters and saw that there was a communication issue, that they were basically hiding information. They were monitoring information from the UN headquarters. And we know that the deep state, makes a lot of money in different ways. And what better way to hide a communication catching and controlling device than have it in the UN? Because we know the UN's compromised. We saw when President Trump and Melania went into UN for him to have a speech. The escalator went out. That's some pretty cheesy, schoolboy type bullshit that happened. And then his teleprompter went out. So this is pretty typical of these idiots that are deep state, play little games like that, but they can be very deadly. They can play stupid little games, but they also be real problems. And that's what Bongino's talking about. Now, I pointed this out with Ambassador Bremer when I was there in the early days before he was being targeted. So I was looking through intelligence, and I said, yeah. And of course, I got a little remote viewing and other stuff going on, and intuition. So I was saying that there was going to be attacks before attacks started. So probably a couple weeks before the first car bomb happened in Baghdad, I said they were coming. Right, from looking at intel, knowing that Iran, they had gotten busted shipping over demolition on trucks. So I was like, yeah, so that got found. So I promise you there's a lot more here already. Just like we had, that train that had all that, bomb making material, and all that bomb making material in that train. This was like months and months, like almost a year ago or something crazy. It just disappeared. And the FBI, Bongino, hello, never seemed to have found any of that bomb making material. Right. And that was kitchen demolition stuff. So, but, that stuff, I guess, disappeared, and who knows where it's at. I promise you it's getting ready to be used. And, at what capacity. It can be used on a massive capacity, obviously. And it can cause a lot of damage. And we've seen that in the past. All right. So, Bongino, let's see what else he's got to say.
Folks, we got a serious problem. And the problem is people in charge of the Secret Service right now are not serious people. The people at the top are too busy trying to cover up their own role in the substandard security plan for President Trump. Nothing is going to change. We are in real trouble. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm not trying to panic anyone. I'm trying to tell you this isn't over. You thought it was over after the first one? We had the second one. You thought it was over after the second one? Folks, there's more. He is being hunted right now.
All right. So hunted. Yes, we know he's being hunted. He was hunted in his first term. I'm positive. Right? He's being hunted now, and he's going to continue to be hunted. And probably after this term is over, he'll be hunted when he's gone. All right. So he's pissed off a lot of people, and they'll find a way to get him at some point or try. So yeah, it takes an extreme level of dedication to provide security to someone that is, knowing they're like, and I've done this for many people, and I've kept them safe. So if you have the right people there, they're going to protect them, which I think we've seen. So that's how they've been able to actually know for Butler, PA, that he was going to be shot at, right? He was going to be assassinated, and they're like, all right, so they found out who was in charge of that. So they're watching a lot of this stuff. They know a lot of this stuff. They stop a lot of it out. Now, the ones that we don't know of, there's probably significant numbers. The ones that we do know of were Butler, PA, and Trump's golf course, right? Those are the ones they let us know about, and it was completely staged, in my opinion. And that's the way they worked out. So I think the same thing happened with Charlie Kirk. Will there be more like that? It's very possible. Will there be real ones? Super positive that it's going to happen. All right. Maybe not at the Trump level. Maybe not on a level of, I don't know, Charlie Kirk or whoever. But there will be assassinations. Obviously, there are. There have been for the last almost decade since Trump first got out. And, of course, decades before that, when you look at the deep state activity, we start to decipher, okay, that was a deep state, that was a deep state. And school shooting, bullshit. School shooting over here, bullshit. Right? So on and on and on. So, yeah, your bullshit meter absolutely should be on, Rosebud. Good job. Everyone's bullshit meter should be on all the time. Meanwhile, the U.S. Senate just confirmed 107 President Trump nominees, all in one go, 51-47. This despite Chuck Schumer's shutdown. All right, so the government's shut down, but I guess the senators and the congressmen can come in and still do their jobs. I guess they still get paid. Or if they're not, maybe the ones that are, have decided that they're not going to come in because of the government shutdown, and they're trying to blame one group over another. That's probably the Democrats. Then that's like really good, because now we're getting a lot of stuff done. So the Democrats have been pushing back on nominees. So we had 107. 107. All right. So perfect. And Juan actually shared that with me. So that's a good number. There's still stuff getting. And why? Why would he share that? Is it just because of his number, or because we're seeing this is another captured operation? All right. We knew that they were going to shut down the government. So we're like, they had all these plans, just like when President Trump came into office. Remember when he came into office, his first day, January 20th, when he got sworn in, he was like signing like 100 or more, like they had him already. It's like he got sworn in, and then they got all that paperwork done, and then they brought it to him and he signed it. No, obviously it was pre-planned, and it started wheels turning that definitely started to take down the deep state. All right, the corporation. So we have a constitutional country, and we have a deep state corporate country. And the corporate deep state country is being exposed, is being taken down systematically. It's in every state. It's in a lot of cities, probably most cities, this corporate side. It's probably more active in some, like Chicago and Portland, than others. LA, right? New York. So now what's going to happen? Trump's going to sit in the military and start to take those cities from the inside before they get really bad, right? Preemptive strike, ambush, take you down to deep state, and they didn't expect that. They're like, well, do we activate our terror cells now that he's sending in troops, or should we wait? We weren't going to do this yet. So throwing them a curveball. So now they have to react, and they already know that they have these terrorist cells within these cities, these sleeper cells and so forth. Chinese, Antifa, BLM, probably Ilhan Omar's people from Somalia. So there's so many guys, so many. We know that we have like up to 1,000 Islamist terrorists in our country right now. That's been determined already, right? So it is amazing. It is amazing how much we are up against, but we all know that we're going to win. We know that, don't we? Yeah, I know it. And it doesn't mean that, I might get taken out. I don't know. But I'm in the fight. I've been in the fight. They've tried to take me out many times already. It doesn't matter to me. I just still keep showing up. Seems like that when you're doing the right thing, you seem to have some protection. And so Trump doing the right thing, got protection. That doesn't mean we give up. It's like we don't have to protect him, obviously. But it does mean that things are moving in a way that maybe somebody goes, oh, I should maybe check under that seat. Oh, there's a bomb. Yes. Let's call it the bomb squad. Call off President Trump. We got a bomb in here. So that stuff's probably happening. Maybe God whispered or angel whispered in one of those guys' ears. That's a good Secret Service guy, right? Probably a good Navy SEAL at one point. So they're doing good work, and we can I think congratulate ourselves that we made it this far and haven't had some really crazy stuff, because we were all anticipating. A lot of people have been anticipating 9/11 times 10, right? We haven't seen it yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to come. It could come, and it did. How many people knew that 9/11 was going to come? I knew that something was coming, but I wouldn't have been able to tell you at any point that it was going to be planes crashing into the towers, and then those towers falling in the footprint, right? So we can see these events coming. Maybe some of you too. Maybe some of you too. You've done my courses, yeah. You probably like right online, yeah. I'm like, yep. We've been talking about this for a while. Yeah, there's going to be some crazy stuff happening over the next month or so. So it's a wacky world. That's right, Angel Eye. So it is a wacky world, but if you're a little wacky, it's like, I see wacky coming. It doesn't bother me, right? So that doesn't mean you're kooky wacky, but you're wacky as far as like you're not along the same sheet of music as the deep state, because they try and control consciousness. It's like this is a real state. No, that's not a real state. It's not constitutional. That's corporation. Oh, how did you know? You guys are so dumb. You're so stupid. It's so obvious. But we fool so many people. How do you know when other people don't know? It's like, because I'm smart. My soul isn't compromised. So it's crazy. All right, now the U.S. Senate is still active. And today they're active, as you guys saw. I looked it up. They are active. That was real. That wasn't in the past that I was talking about. They did 107 nominations that have been slow rolled from the Democrats. So the Democrats are, I guess, probably in rooms, trying to figure out, how they're losing now, because most polls right now show the Democrats are not looking so good, right? Not that Republicans look great, but Democrats look a lot worse. So, and usually when there's a shutdown, whoever's caused the shutdown usually gets the blame. So there you go, Democrats. Look at history. It'll inform you. Okay, so we know that some things will get shut down. And then we obviously have people that are in positions, unions, and so forth. Most unions are Democrat controlled, kind of like the airports and so forth. The people that work in there, the FAA. The FAA warns Philadelphia, Indianapolis, Albuquerque, Dallas, Houston, and Boston could also be affected, because here we have Nashville and Chicago. Oh, Chicago, really? It's like surprise, surprise. All right, surprise, surprise, Chicago. Chicago, Chicago. All right, that's where the mob is, Chicago. Frank Sinatra, sing about Chicago. We know Frank, he's a big mafia guy, you know. So he was Marilyn Monroe's handler, right? Pimp. All right, so Trump floats idea of no pay for furloughed workers. So Democrats want to keep playing this game, then we're going to see some issues. All right, so he drops that, and of course we have Hakeem Jeffries that's like, oh, don't worry, we passed a law that can happen, but they are looking at the fact that it might not be that way. And listen to what Trump says. I love this game.
Drags on. President Trump is now weighing whether furloughed federal workers should get back pay for the time they've missed.
The idea was outlined in a draft memo and would be a new interpretation of federal law, one that's sure to stir controversy on Capitol Hill. The administration is also said to be exploring mass layoffs. Listen to the president's response today when asked if workers would receive back pay.
It depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you.
Look at that White House. Isn't that amazing? Look at all that gold. I bet that's real gold. There's a lot of work being done there in the White House, in that dash 45 dash 47. We know that the White House was dark all the time. We could look at videos, and they stopped putting those videos out where people could look and see that there's nobody home at the White House for years. How about that? Must have been doing some really good work and cleaning out those tunnels, because we remember when we had all those little children coming up, the videos, amazing how that video was there just the right perfect time. And they showed all those little children coming out of the White House front doors. Why would they have them come out the front doors? Why didn't they just go out the side basement door or something like that? Interesting, right?
The Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates about 750,000 federal workers are affected.
But Democratic leaders pushed back. Here's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
So I know you guys have probably seen the memes where Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrats have the sombreros on. So when I see him now, I think of him with a sombrero.
And we'll stand with you as we've done from the very beginning of this presidency. And the law is clear. Every single furloughed federal employee is entitled to back pay. Period. Full stop. The law is clear. And we will make sure that law is followed.
The stalemate in Washington.
You trust that guy? Yeah. He's going to, I guess everybody's going to find out. These guys lie all the time, so we'll see. Huge shock wave is approaching Earth. Interstellar, solar, and geophysical forces begin combining. All right, so what happens? Earth change activity coming to a place near you. You know, a lot of us have been talking about this for years, trying to help people see this. It's been covered up. It's been suppressed. I guess they'll figure that if they suppress it long enough, then people will forget. But how can they forget? It's going to attract more attention at some point, I would think. I don't know. Now, the reason why they discussed, one of the reasons why the doctors aren't more aggressive with reporting is because if they do report, then there's a possibility they can be held accountable. And they will be. I say to them right now, I don't know how much you're earning, but you're not going to be able to spend that money when you go to prison. Right? So I don't know. Do we like take all the doctors? Because it's almost all the doctors in the world now that push this thing. If we take all the doctors, who's gonna do the medicine? I don't know. Maybe we restart that process. Maybe we start that now. Right? We start make sure they don't go through the Rockefeller Medical Association teaching, and that will help a lot. And maybe we get some of those people out there that know that this is a problem and haven't been able to speak out because they know that their lives, their families' lives are in danger. Everything's in danger. And so that could be one reason why they might be given a little bit of a leeway as far as like prison time. But for a lot of them, I think it's going to be a problem, and that's remains to be seen how that's handled going forward. All right, so John Looney was the embalmer, like I talked about in Britain. They basically backed down. I think it was his wife. I heard that it was his wife, and I don't want to go too deep into that. I guess I shouldn't have even said that, but he basically backed off, and he backed off for quite some time. I think it was like a couple of years, year and a half, 2 years, and now he's out, trying to disclose, but he's one voice, and I'm surprised that he's even still alive, actually. So we'll see more people, I think, at some point start to speak out. And it could be because of this video and maybe some videos in the future. Now, 8 months after the Pacific Palisades fire, how is this possible?
The removal of hazardous materials from this site is complete. Mission accomplished. That looks like there's a lot left to do. But I don't know, you tell me in the comment section what you think about that. This was the building where my grandpa got his hair cut for like 50 years. This is 8 months after the fire. Look at this, melted. I think that's on the day of. There's nobody here either. It's the eeriest part about it is like it's empty. There's nobody in this neighborhood. There's a guy over there digging through a dumpster, but that's literally the only person I see on this street. And it's like, why aren't there people?
So the scene on the left is this street, all right, full of people. And now, 8 months later after the fire. Now, of course, you look at all the trees, green trees, buildings burn to the ground pretty much for the most part. You're going to see that throughout this. It's pretty unbelievable.
Paris here 8 months ago. Let's go have a look around.
I've had a few weeks since filming this to think about the situation in Pacific Palisades and Altadena. Because honestly, when I was filming this video and driving through the Pacific Palisades, I was in shock. I could not truly process.
Again, how are these fight? We know how they were they're direct energy weapons, but they lead us to believe that, sparks flew from one concrete building to the next and burned them to the ground, while trees right next to them are still standing, untouched.
Or verbalize my feelings and emotions surrounding this disaster. So I think the first thing that I've learned is that you really can't understand the scale of this disaster until you actually visit it for yourself. They do not register until you go there. For example, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers worked nonstop for almost 8 months and removed 2.6.
See all those people in hazmat suits? And as you see, they scrape everything away. Everything. Because a directed energy weapon, like I've told you guys over and over again, leaves lots of radiation because of the microwave energy and the way it's basically interacting with the molecules and so forth, highly activating them. That's how they were able to microwave energy, basically burn all this stuff to the ground, and there's nothing left. And in some places, they have to dig deep into the ground because we know that microwave energy can go below the surface and interact with piping and so forth. We've seen this in a lot of these fires where there's no water, like we saw in Lahaina, like we saw in Paradise, because a lot of the pipes that are underground were melted. That's amazing how that fire on the surface got so hot in some areas that were basically, there's nothing burned around them, but they got so hot, they melted the piping underground so that there was no way that water could come and fight those fires. Same thing happened here.
Million tons of debris, more than the volume of New York's World Trade Centers. There's a lot of information to take into account when trying to understand these fires, as well as the response to them and the aftermath of this disaster. Recently, a 132-page report was released, an incident report released by LA Fire. It shows failures of communication, preparation, coordination, and more. You can also still...
So this is all on purpose. We know that. The failure of communication, we saw that in 9/11. We saw that in Paradise. We saw that in Lahaina. Communication failures. People didn't know what to do. People got wrong information. People did the wrong thing. On and on and on. And this was just so that they could cause more confusion. And that's what they did in all of these instances. 9/11, you name it. Wherever directed energy weapons have been used, there's always this failure of communication, and then water doesn't come to these places and all kinds of crazy stuff. So very, very obvious when you start to break this down, what really is going on. It is deep state activity. And this happened in every one of these areas. People can just completely disappear, right? That's because they're burned into ash. And that's what happens. You ever microwave something too long, and it really dries out a lot. So same thing when you microwave the human body, like we saw with up to 1,000 people that jumped from the building in 9/11. They say there was only maybe a couple hundred, but the real number is nearly 1,000 that jumped because they're being microwaved, right? So this is part of the truth that has to come out at some point. There's those of us that are revealing it, but it keeps getting suppressed. How long has it been since 9/11? We're almost quarter of a century has gone by now, and still people are compromised mentally about that. They don't understand what happened there. So when we have something in the Pacific Palisades, it doesn't make it. People just are just completely dumbed about it. It's unbelievable. Now, I know that someone that lives in this area, and I talked to her just recently. I'm not going to give out too much information because she's still working on this, many years later. But the corruption that is within LA, where they're stealing homes. Now, they're stealing homes, obviously, from this Palisades fire, because these people burned out of their homes. Who knows if they even got any insurance? I can tell you that many of us, from the flooding that happened from Hurricane Helene in Florida, I lost probably about $50,000 worth of stuff. No insurance coverage. Why? Because it was a flood, and flood is not covered unless it's a flood from, the home burst a pipe or there's wind damage from a hurricane. But flooding, not so much. All right. So he talks about how many people weeks before this fire had their insurance canceled. Massive numbers of people had their insurance canceled for, what reason? And they couldn't figure it out. And of course, it becomes very obvious when you have this fire.
Smell the smoke in the air. I mean, there's still.
So this person that's in LA, she and her husband, were part of building some beautiful streets in LA. They were very smart. They bought, these blocks, put up buildings, beautified the street, put up a building that was rented by the city for like 20, 30 years, whatever. And then it was time for the lease to be renewed. And they're like, we own this building. What? You own this building? No, this is our building. And so they did lawfare against them. And for 7 years, she has fought the city of LA for her property. And in the end, her property is worth $17 million now. And the city it's in limbo. It's lawfare, right? So it's happening probably to a lot of people in Palisades as well.
Tons of burnt trees and, rubble. You see, like 8 months later, you can still smell the fire. So, and while this document tried to provide more information about the fire, the response, and the aftermath, it leaves you with so many questions. How could something like this happen? How could
and all these trees are green and not touched. How could all of these homes be scorched to the point where they're non-existent anymore, yet the trees next to them are untouched?
Devastation be so total? How could insurance companies foresee an event like this and cancel home insurance policies in the weeks beforehand? How could the local government be so inept, cutting resources from the fire department and leaving a 117 million gallon reservoir empty for over a year before the fire?
This is insane. Driving through.
All right. So yeah, 8 months later, complete and utter bullshit. And people still aren't catching on, right? Is the news covering this? Of course they're not. All right. So we are the news. We're covering it and we're disclosing it. But how many people are going to respond to this? How many people are going to push back? LA, probably one of the bluest cities in the world, right? Left us beyond belief. Nothing happening, right? So, you got people like Mel Gibson, pushing back and nothing happening. All right. So you can't get more store power than that. He had his home in Malibu that was burnt to a crisp. So, a lot of people suffered. I think the number that gentleman, I think it was like $250 billion worth of damage. I might be wrong, but I think it's around that number. That's unbelievable, right? But for the deep state, it's a drop in a bucket, right? And Gavin Newsom, when they were asking him about the damage, he was like dancing. Oh, we're gonna have some investors come in, and they're gonna take over and buy the stuff. And it's like, and people saw that, and you would think that he would get that lovely little necklace, right? Strung around his neck and up around a telephone pole somewhere, but I don't know. No one seems to want to do anything. So I guess it continues. It continues for you guys in California. All right. So this was from a friend of a friend of a friend. I just talked to my sister. She's a school bus driver. She told me they had a huge meeting regarding ICE. This is Chicago, coming and taking students off the bus. So maybe ICE is coming for illegal alien students, right? And the company told the drivers not to allow ICE on the bus. Now, how are they going to do that? Are they going to carry guns and shields and like get the students behind them to push back on the ICE officers that are coming to arrest illegal alien students? All right. Take them off the bus. And so anyway, she said she's not going to let them. She's not going to do that. All right. So this is pretty typical of the deep state, guys. They want you to follow their commands, just like that 3-star general, the former major was talking about. They don't care. They don't care the consequences. You obey, right? For this bus driver, this woman, they want her to obey. Now, what if she were to like forcibly try and stop ICE officers? She'd be arrested. Would the deep state come and help her? No. Now, what if she resisted to the point where she felt that, like we saw in Chicago just recently, someone brought a gun when they boxed in a bunch of ICE agents, and a woman got out and started shooting. Now, what if one of these bus drivers decided to take it to that extreme, right? In front of students. This is the kind of bullshit that we're going to go through, guys. These consciously compromised people that are MK Ultra to an extreme are going to start to do really whacked out stuff in these big cities, right? They've had at least 8 years of Trump derangement syndrome, MK Ultra training. So, all right. So that's the way it's going to continue until, we start to fight back. We get together and start to push back on this. All right. So here's that video clip. It was in another little slide that I have. So I'm going to share that. Just let you see that, this is real. It's not really showing anybody, but it's letting you see that the people are starting to, in their own way, are starting to respond and trying to, inform. So we're going to ask the question about the white clots.
So, in fact, in Balmers, can I get a show of hands in the room? How many folks in?
So he's asking for a show of hands. How many people in the Balmers and funeral directors in the room there have actually seen these white fibrous clots?
Are actually doing active embalming right now. Raise your hand, leave your hands up. Okay. Of those people, leave them up.
All right. So it is, and this is just one small group. This is happening all over the world, and it's being kept quiet. Wow. Right. So, what are those embalmers going to do? They're going to push back against the deep state, right? Deep state will send some of their compromised officials, I guess, to like write them up and send the compromised law enforcement at them, and then take them to a compromised judge that'll throw them in prison for a long time. It's tough. It's tough, guys. It's tough for a lot of these people that want to push back. All right. In the meantime, you have to have the wherewithal and the money to survive the deep state. So we talk often about going into silver. All right. So let's look at the silver price. Potential silver price. So this is this one gentleman's. This is off of Bald Guy Money. Pretty good site. So they look at the M2 supply, the money they've been dumping into the economy. That has basically made stock market go to unbelievable heights it hasn't seen since the 2000 dot-com crash. So we're pretty much in 1999. Remember that one song by Prince? We're going to party like it's 1999. So that's pretty much where we're at right now, guys. So party like it's 1999 because this crash is coming. It's going to be a doozy. All right. But if you're in gold and silver. So anyway, here is what the value of gold and silver, if we were to tie it to today's into money supply like it has been in the past, gold right now would be 22,000. If you go with, I think we're probably 80 to 1 right now, or maybe 90 to 1 silver to gold ratio. But if you went at that rate, 22,000, you'd have a 40 to 1 ratio, which is still high above the norm. You'd have $550 silver. So if you have a quarter, like an old quarter, 1964 quarter, right now I think it's like $8, maybe $10 a quarter. So junk, Juan O'Savin talked about junk silver. So that's one way. If a lot of you guys are saying, I don't have the money to buy, the silver, blah, 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 get junk silver, guys. All right. Let's get a bag of junk silver, buy it as much as you can. So really, a quarter, a friggin' quarter, 1 quarter, 1964 silver quarter. Last I checked was $8, right? And that's going to go up just 1 quarter, right? So if you got some more significant amounts, then you would do, they'd be quite valuable. So if you went 15 to 1, which is a long-term norm, it would be, that silver would be worth $1,467 an ounce. Now, if we go, so this gold silver boom, when you look at history and the amount of time that it has been basically gearing itself up, getting energized to basically take off, one of the biggest cup and handles ever in history for any asset in the history of the world, right? So when you have something like that, we're at the top of that handle and it's getting ready to explode upwards. Silver is, gold is too, because gold is basically in the same situation, a long cup and handle. So long term. So you're going to see potentially multiple years of gold and silver going up. Now, it doesn't mean that in somewhere in there you can sell some, make a profit, buy something good, maybe buy some real estate, maybe buy, like Juan was talking about last night, maybe buy a tractor, because all these Chinese that have come in and bought all these farms, those farms got to go to somebody, right? So maybe you get a tractor and you start, growing food. Who knows? All right. So there's lots of potential that's coming. One of the greatest potential times in history was 1920, after 1929 crash and the years afterwards. There were massive fortunes that were made after that time frame, guys. So if you get stuck in, things crashing and woe is me, so forth, you're going to miss one of the greatest potential multi-generational opportunities in history. One of the ways you can benefit from that is being in silver, right? So again, if it goes to that all-time high, and it doesn't mean you necessarily hold all the way to 2040, right? So it doesn't mean you have to hold for the next 15 years. That's just potentially a long-term process. 13 to 15 years is usually when gold and silver really take off in a bull market. That's how long it lasts, right? And this is potentially how long this one will last if we look at historical norms, right? So you could potentially see silver at $3,333 an ounce. Crazy, right? I don't know what that quarter is worth in those prices, but I'm sure it's like about $1,500, $1,000. I don't know. So crazy numbers, guys. So get yourself in a position where you can benefit from this. Of course, my guy is Dr. Kirk Elliott, free consultation. Check him out. But at minimum, you should have some of this on hand, right? I wouldn't do a lot of it because if you got a lot of it, you could get robbed. And if you get robbed or your house burns or I got another burn-proof safe. Well, look at all those people that had their all their valuables in those directed energy weapon attacks on their homes. Everything melted. Guns, coins, everything was burned in their safes. So long term, let's look at gold and what's going on with the market right now, long term. So let me share the screen again. I got some stuff for you tonight. I got some stuff to share with you. if you don't have a long attention span, go take a nap and come back, right? And watch again. Right. So let me get back where it was. It kind of like jumped. All right, right here. Gold prices have now posted their 8th. So we're looking right here. So we look at the date. Their 8th consecutive quarterly gain. This is gold. Silver always outpaces gold in the early stages, and then gold starts to take back over again and starts to keep chugging higher. So silver is like the rocket, and then you get off and you second stage it into gold, and you go higher to the moon or Venus, wherever you're going to go. But you have 8 right here. So the next one is a 9-quarter run in 2019. So and that's, I remember in that time frame, I'm like, there's going to be a market crash, and everybody's like, what are you talking about? And I said it's going to crash around here, and it did. So there's going to be a market crash. Right? I've been saying that for a little while now. Now I believe it probably is going to be in the first or second quarter of next year. I think they're going to really ramp this market up, guys. Now, will it get a pullback like I thought that it would? We may, and we'll kind of look at that. We may get a little bit of a market pullback, and then it'll take off and it'll just go to the moon. So the biggest one in history right now was 2009, 2011. That recession, big recession, went 12 quarters straight. I think we're going to see now. Numbers are going to be like yawn, right? We're going to see quarter after quarter for years going forward. We may see one quarter or here or there where it gets pulled back, but pretty much for years, guys, we're going to see this gold price and silver price really trajectory upwards. All right, so let me find that other one that I wanted to share. So this one basically shows the, here it is. I think it's right here. I can barely see it. Let me turn my light up. All right. So right now, the S&P in regards to NASDAQ performance is at one of the highest rates it's been. All right. So look at this chart. All right. So this is the .com. You are here, 1999, right? Party like it's 1999 because it's going to go up the next year from here into next year, and then it's going to go down a lot more than 77%. NASDAQ went down 77% or nearly 77%, and it didn't come back for a very, very long time. I'll show you guys that in a minute. So look how it's basically bouncing along these highs. This is 2022, where I said, it's really going to, this is a crash, but somehow they started cutting rates and pumped money into the system and kept it alive a little bit longer. All right. So we're probably going to get, like I said, that 1999 last hoorah, and then it's going to be crash city for a long time. All right. So look at this. AI deals are dominating the venture market. Look at that. Bam. So AI is pushing that stock market performance. Just like all those .com, like 90% of the .coms, other than Amazon and some of the other ones that survived, not a lot of them. Google, I think, whatever. I don't think Google was back then, but anyway, there were only a few that survived. I think it's going to be the same thing with crypto. Only a few will survive. But look at that. That AI deals. So AI is basically the .com of our time, right? So that's really what's driving what's going right now. And you always hear this time is different. And when you hear that, you're like, okay, this is going to crash. Absolutely, it's going to crash, right? We're effed, right? Whenever you hear that. All right, so let me share the long-term SPX. So this is what most like market timers and so forth look at, the S&P 500. So this is a chart of it for long term. So we're going back. going back in time. So this is a monthly on the Spider SPX. All right, so you see here you are. Look at that, boom. So that's 2022, and then it's just been going straight up like crazy since then. Here's the back in, or this is 22. This is 22. We're down. It's just been going up since then. So this was the what's that? 22, 20, and then it went down. Here's the stock. Here. Okay. So here's 20. Get a little pullback. It went up. So I think we're going to get a little bit of a pullback, and then it's going to go up like crazy. And then we're going to go over here and party like it's 1999, right? So here we are. This is 99, December 1999. And then we went up. And then we came down. I've said this a few times. Let's see if anybody's paying attention. What was, for the S&P 500, what was the low? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Oh, well, I got to really, you guys have been chatty. Had it stuck way back there. Good God. All right. Anybody? See if somebody comes up with the, God, that's really, let's go to new comments. Oh, somebody said 400. Okay. Anybody else? Cujo. Nice guess. Anybody else? $22. Nope. A little bit more than that. 900. Cujo. 900. All right. So anybody else? All right. So I've said this several times, what this was. And I was looking at it. Yeah, Art on the Lake Bueller. Ooh, Alice Allen wins 666. Good job, Alice. You paying attention. All right, so 666. Now, your boy Mikey, look at it, and I saw some mole 666 stuff. I was like, oh, you dirty demons, playing your games. So let's look at the window. Let's open that window. So there you go. All right. So here it is. Intraday low of 666.79 on March 6th. March is the third month. 6th day, that's a 9. And then you have 2009. So we invert the 9s, right? For this one, I'm going to play with this one a little bit. So you invert the 9s. So that's 2 9s right there. So that's another 6, another 6, 6. But we need another 6. We're missing another 6. So let's take that 7 and 9 and put it together. And we come up with 18. 18 turns into 9, right? So, or what is it? 7? No, it's 16. I'm sorry. 16. And then we take this lonely 2 over here and we add it to 16, 18, and then we come up with the 19, right? Or 9. So anyway, I did the math. Do the math yourself, right? I can't do it on the fly, evidently, and right off the top of my head. But anyway, I came up with another 666. So we got double 666. And that was a low. So demonic, all right? So that's why I'm really hesitant about going into the stock market. I'm like, I don't want to play around the demon game, right? The demon, it's crazy. Yeah, 3 plus 6 is 9. Thank you. And so understanding the dot-com bubble, causes, impact, and lessons. So what was the takeaway? Between 1995 and 2000, the NASDAQ index experienced a 5-fold increase. God, I meant to keep that chart up because that chart basically from its low, if you go back 5 years, its low is around 7 or 8 or something like that. So it takes us up, NASDAQ will take us up to about 30,000, which is where I believe we're going to hit the high. So that's a 5 increase, right, from its low. And then when we hit that, it's like, look out below. Right? Look out below. Now, will it get right to that point? Now that I've said that, probably not right to that point because they watch me. It's like, that guy always tells our shit. Now we got to like make it stop earlier. All right. So, yeah, a 5-fold increase, some kind of number game going on with a 5. So it'll come down. So commercial real estate, if you look at the prices right now, since 2022, overall, it's a drop of 35%. Now, in some places, it's a drop of 85, 90%. But for the overall United States, and there's many reasons for that, of course, they blame it on rising interest rates, increased vacancy rates where people don't go to work anymore. They just work from their homes, right? So computers and stuff. So they need to go into an office when I can do that at home. And then the offices are like, come back to work. And we're like, I'm living in Florida now. I'm not coming back. So the, office space has really taken a hit. And it's implying from its impact that we're going to see another massive real estate crash. And so we're seeing commercial real estate take it on the chin pretty hard. And it's going to continue to go down. And we're seeing home prices now just go into your ear. I've been pointing this out for several months now. I've been calling this for years that we're going to see a housing market crash. I didn't think it would take this long. It started crashing in 2022 with the stock market. And of course, they're demons. And they do what demons do. They manipulate and make the market go up. It's like magic. It's like it defies all reason. And that's where you should go, okay, the stock market should be falling now. So demons are in control. So it's going to go up, right? So when everybody's like piled in, partying like it's 1999, it's like, drinking and having fun. Look how much money I'm making. And then it's like, whoo, it'll be gone in an instant. And everybody like, I'm just going to hold. I'm going to hold for 13 years before it came back. All right. To its high. And then it crashed again. So eventually it was like, I don't know, 15, 20 years, something crazy before we see the highs. So we're seeing the highs, obviously, again, and we'll see the lows again. So the high was 5. It reached that high level again, 5,000, right? Around 6,000 was where it dipped, and that's where I'm looking at 5 years back, 6. So 5 makes 30, 5 times. So I don't know. We'll see. And like I said, because I've already pointed out, they're probably going to do it sooner. All right. So that's the way this game works. That's why I like to screw with the deep state, because they've really screwed with me. All right. Ukraine threatens to invade Hungary. So this makes a lot of sense. So they're going to go, just invade Hungary because Russia is going to take over all of Ukraine. So they're going to run to Hungary and Bulgaria and all those countries. It's like, you guys, we're going to take over. Russia won't follow us in here. And NATO loves us, so we can do whatever we want. We've been doing whatever we want. So we're just going to invade Hungary, take over Hungary, and because they haven't really been helping us out. So we don't like Hungary. And Viktor Orban has been talking some like common sense bullshit. And so we got to take him out, right? So that's probably not going to happen, but we have to point that out because that's how desperate Ukraine is getting. They're losing so massively, and NATO is unable to help them anymore, that they're going to get desperate and run and try and be like all those crazy people that are going to go to our cities and try and take over our cities, right? Same stuff, because we know the Ukrainians were involved in a lot of bullshit that happened here in the United States. J6 Ukrainians were there. In Canada, Turkish convoy, Ukrainians were there, busting heads of peaceful Canadians that were in Ottawa dancing. I remember I told everybody months before that, I see dancing in the streets, but then it stops. And then they started dancing in the streets in Ottawa around March timeframe. It was around March timeframe. And then people came back and said, you said there was going to be dancing in the streets. Yeah, I said there was going to be dancing in the streets, but they were going to stop. I just tell you what I see. I don't, like, come on. You make it what you want. And if it doesn't turn out the way you want, you blame me. So no, it doesn't work that way. All right. I just inform. All right. Senator John Kennedy predicts that what will force Schumer to end the shutdown. So, of course, I love John Kennedy. Never really gets anything done, but he is a funny guy. And he does talk a pretty funny line. So let's listen to him.
Rub this tart liquid on your teeth before bed to regrow your teeth and gums while you sleep,
That
and never
tart
set
liquid-
foot in an expensive dental office again.
You guys were right. I went to the ATM to try it for myself, and it totally worked for me.
I can't believe people still go to work every.
Trump could do likewise, but it's not personal for me, but I don't like almost anything that Chuck Schumer is doing. I don't like it. I mean, it's a direct contract. He wants to move the country in the wrong direction.
I don't hate anybody,
Neither do I.
and I know you don't. And when I say my prayers, I ask God, don't let me hate. I don't hate Chuck.
He's probably really good friends with Chuck. It's the way all these guys are. Whatever.
Senator Schumer, I know him well. This shutdown's not about policy. It's about politics. And Senator Schumer, this is what's going on. He is trying to get the loon wing, the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, which is in control, to love him. And they will never love him. They won't. He'd be better off doing what he did back in March, and just calling it like he saw it and keeping government open. Because what he's saying, we're going to keep government shut down until you, the Republicans, and President Trump give the Democrats $1.5 trillion, and they're going to tell us how to spend it.
We just had John Thune on, Majority Leader of the Senate, who said we can't do that.
And we're not going to do that.
You cannot do
We're not going to. I mean, it's.
All right. So there you go. Both sides aren't going to do whatever it is the other side wants them to do. Right. So we're in stalemate. How long does the stalemate last? It's going to be a while. But yeah, you love the guy, but like I said, what has he ever done? Right? It's kind of like Joe Biden, never done anything. I don't know, but that's the way most of them are. They just talk and they never get anything done. Very frustrating. All right, so this is one of the reasons why you want to be in silver and why silver is going to go up. Boom. China's space solar power station and orbital feet fueled by silver savvy. So they're talking like hundreds. What is it? China is hoarding right now 20,000 tons of physical silver because they're making lots of solar panels. So this solar power station is going to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. And daylight never stops where this solar power station is. Doesn't the Earth go around the sun? There's like dark sides and whatever. So is it flat? Is it round? What? I don't know. So anyway, this mile-high marvel collects and beams solar power as undiluted microwaves to receivers on Earth. I guess if they wanted to, they could burn some territories, maybe a town near you, right? So there's thoughts that maybe Lahaina was burned by a Chinese satellite. I don't know. But anyway, for China, this is the logical next step in national ingenuity, harnessing infinite daylight from the silence of orbit. Now, I think they said in here, so it's going to be using space station could run from 150,000 ounces of silver to over 1 million, but they think it's going to be somewhere around 300,000, right? Now, what's really amazing about this is it says in here how much fuel. Let me see if I can find it. Anyway, I think it says it's going to give enough power to be equivalent of all the oil that's burned all year for a whole year. This one space station for energy. I don't know where I saw there was something like that. All right, where is it? Anyway, go read it for yourself. It's in there. Right? Unbelievable. If that's true, right? I don't know how it's going to be like, always beaming electricity, because when it gets dark in some of those desert locations where those solar power stations are, there's no electricity being created. It gets stored up, batteries, and then of course there's cloudy and all that kind of stuff. So supposedly this station is in that perfect orbit where it gets sunlight all the time, right? And maybe that's the case. Maybe it's just in that position where it's like no matter where the Earth is rotating in this imaginary globe thing, not flat Earth or whatever, right? It's basically always able to beam down energy 24/7, right? So it's amazing. It's amazing. Yes. So in the meantime, in Chicago, there's been over 1,500 that have been shot this year so far, as Democrats claim they don't need Trump's help. All right. So, of course, they have their minions out there that are fighting against this. Some of them probably paid. I don't know. Maybe all of them paid. I don't know. But there is a problem with a lot of people's consciousness, and it doesn't seem they're getting it now. In Newsom and Arnold are fighting, and who do you think is going to win that one? Well, if it was a physical fight, I think Arnold would have him, but so I don't know. So I'm actually I'm going to a LifeWave conference, and then after that, I'm going to meet with some people at Venice Beach, where Arnold used to like train on the beach. So I'm going to go there after I think probably end of October, and do a workout. It's a dream come true, and there'll be like a drone, above me filming it. It's going to be great. So anyway, that's where Arnold used to work out, and he built that, that great body, and won all those contests. But anyway, he and Newsom have a little problem. Arnold says, no, we don't want all those Prop 50 ballots. And Newsom's like, well, if we don't do that, then the Republicans will be in power for the next 2 years, and we can't have that, right? So we in California have to stop that. And so it says, if we lose here, we are going to have total Republican control in the House, the Senate, and the White House for at least 2 more years. So yeah, we have it for 2 years. But we know that the last time Trump was in office, it was mainly the rhinos that made sure that Trump didn't get, the House and the Senate on his side in the next term. So anyway, will it be different this time? Now, Texas has already given us, I guess, 5 more Republican slots. And we have, and then another one, I guess, in one other state, and who knows how many more will come. But California is like, we gotta stop this. We can't have them doing what we've been doing, gerrymandering for the last several decades. Now the Republicans want to do that. That's bullshit, right? So no. So Arnold Schwarzenegger has jumped back into the fray, urging voters to reject the measure. Now we know, like I just showed you, that California is completely corrupted. They're stealing all kinds of land and property from people. And are they going to do a fair ballot? Somebody's better get in there and like make sure they don't do another power grab. Otherwise, it's bye-bye California, and it's bye-bye America. All right, thanks to California, because Newsom, if he does a good job and does this, he's going to be the next president. Right? So if they can cheat in California one more time, it's like, see, we're good at cheating still, even though the Republicans keep saying they're going to like clean up the ballots. They're full of it. We still have control of it. Anything that we want, we get whatever we want. in California. And we'll do the same thing when we go back to, but Kamala did. She's a California girl. So maybe not. Now, California County reinstates mask mandate. Now, this is what New York did last year. And now California's like, oh, they get away with it. Let's push that stuff again too. And so where is this? It's county health officer in California. The people there are probably like bullshit. But the county health officer tells them what they're going to do, because it's the deep state that's running the show in California. And you, as a citizen of the deep state, have no say. But if you are we the people and you push back, you will win. But you don't understand that yet. So you are a citizen, and then you are manipulated, compromised, and told what to do, right? I know it seems simple, but it doesn't seem to be working out so good. So it says the mandate is going to last until March 31st of next year. Requires the use of face masks by people in acute care facilities, skilled nursing facilities, surgical and maternity centers, and infusion centers, and so forth. All right. Now, where is this? Health worker, Santa Cruz. Remember that one movie, The Lost Boys, where they had all those vampires? That was in Santa Cruz, wasn't it? Does it Newsom look like a vampire? Yeah. I wonder if he's from Santa Cruz. Maybe he's one of those lost boys that became a vampire and now runs California. That's what I think. But whatever. No one cares. No one cares in California. All right. So that's all I'm doing. I'm done. You're on your own. Goodbye. Good luck. All right. So, especially you guys in California. I'm right next to you, and I'm like, you guys. I don't know. Maybe if you elect Louis Herms, right? Maybe there won't be no maybe. If you elect Louis Herms, you'll turn everything around in California. Child trafficking, all kind of crazy stuff. But California really likes that. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Louis Herms to win, because one of his main things is child trafficking. Kind of like that stuff they've been doing in L.A. P. Diddy and who was it? Playboy Mansion guy. Who was that guy that ran the Playboy Mansion? Anyway, my wife is saying she wants to eat, so I've gone too far, so I got to go. All right. Hugh Hefner just popped in my mind. At least I can go knowing that I got Hugh Hefner's name out there. All right, so good. All right, guys, lots of love. I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I had have a guest coming on, and he shared with me a couple things. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I had have a guest coming on, and he shared with me a couple things. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. All right, get that double thing going on. All right, so he shared with me a couple things, and I'm gonna share the screen and bring a couple of them up, so we can look at a lot of things. But he might have to explain some of these for us. I'm not quite sure about one of these. Oh, it's not the one I wanted. All right. So let me get out of that. So there's like this number 17. So 1700. There was a Navy show just the other day. There was I guess there was 5 o'clock time. Here we go. All right. So there's like this pig. I'm not sure what the pig, and there's a goat in there. I'm not sure what we got going on here. It's a KY thing, but a fun part of Americana. All right. So we'll have to get that interpreted, but I can interpret this one. an air queue at 1700. So 1700 is 5 o'clock. This was RSBN, where they were basically televising the Navy's 250th anniversary. So as you see there, 5 o'clock, and 5 o'clock in military time is 1700. So that's a queue time. So an air queue at 1700 from the Navy on the anniversary of the famous what storm, Mr. President? I'm a slow study, but maybe something is up. So there we go. Maybe Juan wants to interpret some of that for us. That'll be fun. All right. So another thing that he shared was this video with Trump's hidden war to save the republic, the enigma of April Fool's Day. So I'm going to play a little bit of it while we're waiting for Juan to come in. When he comes in, we'll kind of like move out of it. But this is a really good video, and the beginning of it is quite exceptional. So we'll play this for a few minutes while we're waiting on Juan to come in.
A shadow engulfs our republic, its sacred vote plundered for over 2 decades by traitors wielding rigged elections and a media unleashed to deceive by the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012, a law that freed government-funded propaganda to shape American minds. As I've chronicled in Mr. President, Look to Lincoln and Act and Antifa's Fall, President Donald Trump, guided by loyal military advisors, may have crafted a grand sting in 2020 to unmask this betrayal. A cryptic clue emerged on July 13th when Trump, surviving an assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, brandished an immigration chart with a startling note. Its bottom right corner claimed he left office on April 1st, 2020. Did he signal a secret activation of continuity of government, a Cold War plan to preserve governance amid catastrophe, hinting at a shadow war to reclaim America? Days prior, the Bible Reclaim America.
So here's the famous shot where they were asking about the storm, and he was like, the coming storm, and they're like, what storm? And so, we've looked at this over the years. We thought that it was this, we thought it was that, and who knows really? Is the storm still coming? It seems like we've gone through many storms. Is there going to be an ultimate storm? Who knows? But this was definitely a signal. Now, a lot of the officers, from my understanding, military officers, because this is a room full of military officers, a lot of them are gone. They were relieved of command, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. So we know there's been a cleaning out of the military on a massive scale. And that continued when supposedly the commander-in-chief was no longer in office. But of course, we've seen the 45-47, and we've seen President Trump where he was jokingly pointing to pictures of presidents, the wall of presidents, and he pointed to a picture of the President Joe Biden time frame, and there was an auto pen signature there, and there was no Joe Biden there. So we know that there are operations that are afoot. And I believe that we're seeing some of that operation with the shutdown of the U.S. government, which basically gives President Trump a lot more reign to put the military into these Democrat hellhole cities. All right. They can't resist. They can't resist. And as we're seeing, there's judges that are coming in and saying you can't do that, but pretty much it's already a military operation. It's been a military operation for quite some time. We've just been letting a lot of this information be exposed, like we've seen with Facebook, Zuckerberg, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to push illegal voting in several states, where people showed up and had backpacks full of ballots and stuffed them into ballot machines that Zuckerberg had funded. So we're seeing a lot of the stuff being exposed. President Trump invited a lot of these people or people that look like them to the White House for meetings. A lot of this stuff is going to be exposed. The people that were part of the treasonous activities of 2020, and then those governments around the world that were part of that treasonous activity that happened on 2020. So Venezuela will be one of those that will find repercussions from that.
Was triggered in 2020, it could nullify objections from courts corrupted by traitors, keeping Trump's fight within the Constitution's hallowed bounds. As a former professor and prosecutor, I offer a civilian lens to trace this legal path, blending it with military standards to reveal how Trump and allies like House Speaker Mike Johnson, who calls himself a wartime speaker, could restore the republic. Trump's own words claiming vast presidential powers and a wartime mantle underscore a commander-in-chief's resolve against a fractured government. And that's the topic for today. The enigma of April Fool's Day. Trump's hidden war to save the republic. On July 13th, Trump defied. He pointed to an immigration chart declaring he left office on April 1st, 2020. A date belied by his service until January 20th, 2021. In our premise, elections rigged since 2000 via hacked machines and foreign ballots, media hiding treason, this note sparks intrigue. Continuity of government is a classified system, born in the Cold War to ensure governance survives crisis.
So continuity of government and the right of that military establishment to protect and defend America against foreign and domestic. So foreign being Venezuela and other countries that were part of China probably as well, as we're going to see part of the steel. And we're also going to see how many governors, mayors, and health officials around the country were part of treasonous activities to steal the election of 2020. This was something that we could not speak about on this channel several years ago. It would be taken down. But now, through a process of pushing back on the false narratives of some of these social media platforms, and also in the the media, the corrupt media that pushes the deep state narrative, Democrat Party, Rhino Party, whatever, they're all one party, right? And that party is dedicated to destroying America so that some very dark elite can take over. This dark elite that has powers that belies, what we wanted to have. Child trafficking on a massive scale over the last 4 years during the so-called Biden administration. All right, a shadow government that basically came in and was exposing itself to the American people and the world as being not constitutional, as being a shadow corporate entity. So we're seeing all of this being exposed. Juan has been part of that. I've been part of that. Many other truthers out there have been part of this. We've had massive pushback, and but still we continue the fight. And on a day like today, we're able to really get this information out and continue to push back on the deep state and destroy it. So let's play just a little bit more.
Like nuclear war or a coup, guided by Presidential Policy Directive 40, it allows the president to relocate leaders to secure bunkers, like Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, or transfer power to trusted officials if Washington falls. Did military advisors, alerted by 2016 spying on Trump's campaign, exposed in 2025 by declassified intelligence reports, first, to set into motion the bioengineers' depopulation agenda, second, to create panic, to undermine his presidency and shape the conditions to rig the 2020 election.
Juanito, can you hear me, Juanito?
Nino. I mean, Jaco. Hey, how you doing there, bro?
Doing good. Playing a little bit of that, video you sent. It's pretty impressive. People were enjoying that. We were talking a little bit.
David Clements is a great friend, and he did a great job on that video, and it was sort of an homage to subjects that I've been talking about for a long time, and so kind of a tip to him for that. But he's been in this fight for a long time. Great guy. Has like so many of us that have been doing the fight, has had to kind of wade through a lot of stuff. He was fired from his job as a university professor, and then he was up at Lindell's symposium and spoke, and that was the final straw. And so he talks about that in the video there. And then Trump loves him. So there's stuff going on in the background that he's being very appropriate and not discussing, but the work that he and others around him have done that's just extremely important, high level stuff. So great guy. We're, from within the Patriot community, we are blessed to have David Clements here in our group. And by the way, I had somebody in DC yesterday made a derogatory comment. I sent the video over, and this is somebody that many in the audience would recognize the name instantly, and said, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with that grifter." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" No, David's not a grifter, and proceeded to say a bunch of stuff that was totally uninformed, and that was pretty painful to me, because it's not just David himself with his job and like that, but he's been traveling the country on the election stuff. I think he's been in 49 of the 50 states doing presentations. He's got young sons, and his wife takes care of him when he's gone, which every woman in this audience knows how much of a load it puts on the spouse when the other spouse is traveling and gone like that. And they're both in. They've made huge sacrifices to contribute a lot to what's going on in the community, and so that cut pretty hard. I was pretty decisive with this person, and it really wound me up. Of one of the great heroes of this period of time for America, when everything is kind of written, is going to be David Clements, Professor David Clements. And you can see it even in that video. Let me ask you this, Michael. As long as you've been in this, and all the people you talk to, has anyone that you know of ever pointed out publicly the April 1st date within this continuity of government operation?
No one. I was pretty impressed with that video. That was well put together. The man's a genius. Yeah.
Well, and part of it, you kind of have to understand, he was not a true believer, if you will, in the whole idea of a military operation taking place here in plain sight. And so he went out and he did his own research and came to these conclusions. And so with that in mind, you're seeing some original work on his part. There have been others, and I'm aware of it, that have pointed out the anomalies of April 1st forward, and Trump actually stepping away from his role as the president and into his role as the commander-in-chief within a continuity of government. And of course, I've pointed out to audiences for a very long time that Trump never gave up the nuclear codes, never conceded the election, etc. But I think the way that Professor Clements has presented this is beautifully done and unique. And then he also doesn't have, from his style, he doesn't have the bombast, the flamboyancy. It's a fairly considered professorial approach. And so that's what I like within our overall community is so many different personalities. You know, the Nino, you yourself with your military background. And let me just, I want to mention this. You know, you and I haven't spoken since the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think your role in presenting well articulated concerns and even decisively stating that it cannot possibly be what has been presented was very important in helping a lot of people to slow down and think about what's being foisted upon us. Now, probably the only place that I would disagree with you potentially on, if I know where you are on this, was that Charlie survived this, and I don't believe that's the case. But the theater in the way this was done, and the falsehoods that have been foisted on the world through this event, is becoming impossible to stand by any of the original narrative. And something horrendous has occurred, and it's the use of the media, the event, the flamboyancy of the event to try to capture and redirect the patriot movement energies, etc., by some of the monsters, and to capture what we have as far as this, movement. And you've been doing, heavy lifting. I hear about it from all different quarters, and I just wanted to, hat tip to you. You're one of my heroes, because there's lots of people that have some knowledge. There's very few that have it at so many different levels of expertise, personal experience, and then the willingness to weigh in, make some hard statements that you can stand by, and then stand by them. So big hat tip to you, bro. I just wanted to get that in right off the bat. So I appreciate you tremendously for that.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Juan. Yeah. So, we'll see how that works out. I'm not really, I don't have all the answers, but, I can just use my professional insights and point some stuff out, and then people can make their own decisions. That's what we're all about, I think.
Well, but they're so, I had to get a little sip of something to keep my throat wet. There's so much that isn't making sense in this whole thing. Was outside of the people that did it exactly what's going on here. So we're looking through a glass darkly, but we've certainly got plenty of people that have become truly experts, stepped forward in so many ways with so much detail from their own expertise to show why it couldn't possibly have happened the way that it's been said, and to power through that. I am just amazed within this community, the broader community, how many different expert disciplines have come into play in this one thing to try to wade through what we were told happened and the theater of what actually occurred there, and trying to get to the truth. I believe that Charlie, and there's valid reason to question. I'm pretty personally convinced that he actually died in this, but there's just so many weird things. No autopsy, seriously. Uh, destroy the crime scene, seriously. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So, that's one of the things that we can do. We can just help people do the critical thinking, just ask those questions. But I love the direction that we took it. We being the Patriots, we definitely made that a beautiful statement, and I think it keeps moving forward. It's, if anything, if they tried to come in and destroy the Patriot movement and cause a rift and cause infighting and cause some kind of civil war type thing, I think it completely failed there.
Well, let me ask you this: what's your current thinking? Do you still think that he's alive somewhere? Is that where you've gone in your view of this with everything you've seen?
Yeah, I think that he's probably part of, and I don't know this, no one's told me this. I just, just deductive reasoning. But what I think is he was removed from the scene, and I've seen some people that are there, former Navy SEALs and so forth, that were part of that. So I think there was maybe some kind of other agenda that's going on there to remove him from the scene and put him in a protective situation, and another military group that's out there. Are those your vehicles?
Oh yeah, I've been sitting so much over the last couple of days, needed to get up and move around for a minute.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that's almost perfectly restored 59 Skyliner I've had for a while, and it's an excellent car. I mean, I'm so busy. I've parked a lot of stuff and haven't even touched it for years. That's an ultra rare supercharged 56 Sunliner. My very first car I personally purchased at 13 years old was a 56 Sunliner. And but this one is like the Eleanor of Eleanors. It's with the right data stuff on the data plate. It was delivered as a supercharged 56 convertible. So it's one of those ones where when you do it, you have to do everything exactly perfect. And I've had two restored over the years, and so it's a project. Someday I want to get to it, but you can't do it half-ass, or
Yeah.
It was a black and white convertible. Some of the other stuff. Some people might remember these little AMC four-wheel drives when they came out. These are cool little cars, and that's an ultra low miles one. It's only got, I think, 36,000 miles on it.
That's
and
nice.
K car with the turbo 2.2 had open to charge battery a little bit ago, but that's a fun car. The Avanti. This is really a pretty cool hot rod here. That's but I drove that one for the first time in many years, just to go get some gas in it, get some fresh gas in it, and time to wash it up. But
that's impressive. I've never even seen that style before.
I got the cars. So.
Yeah, get some nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got.
What is that? What is that first car you were focused on?
Well, that's actually it's kind of a car. It's actually based on the 20s, but it's if you look at the doors there, they built these cars around that, and they did it with LTD up in Santa Barbara.
Mm.
These types of bodies on the LTDs up there. And, I was living in Montecito at the time. And I remember going to a friend's house who had actually manufactured cars at one point, custom cars, First American sports cars. So I was at his house, we were talking about it, and I told him what the price was on it. And, I forget the name of the boxer. Fought Frazier and Ali, and I can't think of his name right off the top of my head. Anyway, he was coming over dinner and he had his brand new Clinet. And I told my friend, well, they sell for, I think at the time I said $29,000. And he said, there's no way you can build a car. I know what it costs. There's no way. I says, no, they're selling the parts off these LTDs from Ford. They got to deal with it. He came over and he had this beautiful tan Clinet two-seater. They made a four-seater later, but a two-seater that looked a lot like this, and it was a fun car. And I've had chat went to after he sold it, and that Clinet at some point in my life. But I just enjoy the Clinet was a convertible, and this is a hardtop. It's a very fun car to drive. But anyway, farm trucks. You gotta have trucks for farm, right? So it depends on what you're doing. If you're moving livestock or something, you really don't want to do it without a dually and then the other one like that. So, but yeah, fun stuff. I have a two WS6s, which are the hot rods with the Corvette motor. This is just a grocery getter convertible. These are rare. This is a wagon, AMC wagon. It's only got, I think, 80,000 miles on it. All original. We got the original wheels in the back. Those wheels for the Shelby, but that's kind of a rare Shelby too. I've got a '66 red Shelby with white stripes, and then I've got this one because it's kind of fun. It actually looks horrible, but it's only got 60,000 miles on it too. It's perfect shape, original. Every option that you could have on it. So kind of fun. And I got, 4 more garages kind of with various stuff, but I'm just trying to, I don't get to be here that often because, we're just so much in the fight. So it's kind of grinding because they just melt in the ground if you don't do a little bit with them. And I have to throw, anti-mouse stuff. If you look around underneath every car, my main reason for even coming by today, other than, I wanted to charge up one of the batteries, is the mouse stuff so that they're not getting into the wiring and all that. I have a friend, one of the Hollywood actors, and the mice got into his car, his Range Rover. He had it parked at somebody's house for like 3 or 4 months. And he got back to his car and they had completely eaten the wiring out. And so his 8 or 9 year old Range Rover 4-wheel drive was completely totaled from mice eating all the wiring.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you ever read those books by Clive Cussler, Dirk Pitt books?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You totally remind me of that with all these cars. That's great.
Well, I was over a few weeks ago and checked on my Shelby and a couple of the Bentleys.
Oh, wow.
I thought of that there too. There's stuff that I haven't even started in forever, but I pickled the engine. So when you do that, you don't want to just go start them. You pickled them for a reason. Pull all the plugs out and put some stuff in there to keep them wet. But there's so many things carburetors, the seals dry out. I had to put air in the tires on this one here because it's, they're older tires like that. You might have a bad valve stem or something like that. So they're down, in a year and a half, they were down maybe 10 pounds. So that's coming down for whatever reason. And so, there's just lots of stuff that in the fight, like we're in the fight, and I know you have kind of a similar thing probably, when you're so deep into it, this stuff just has to go to the wayside. You just cannot even, you just have to put it out of your mind. I'll get back to it whenever. I was thinking about, for example, on the Skyliner, that's a retractable top. The whole top comes down and goes in the trunk.
Wow.
And they don't like to sit. So there's actually, behind the rear seat back, there's 20 electrical relays. And if anywhere in this thing it runs into a little bit of resistance, it'll flip the switch. Well, you gotta kind of use it once in a while. So when you push the button, the trunk lid comes up. Then the top comes to a certain point, and a position or portion of the top in the front folds over, and then the whole thing comes down and goes in the trunk. And there's a tub in there that's, if you want to put something in the trunk, it has to be inside that tub. And the whole thing comes in, then the top has to come down. 20 electrical relays. And if any of them flips, you gotta pull the receipt back off and, clean it and put it back, and then figure out before you try to restart it, why did it flip? Is there something that doesn't have lubrication or whatever? In other words, they don't like to sit. If you use it every day, if you use it, once a week, even once a month, it's fine. But when you just leave them sit for years, it doesn't work. And of course, when the fight started hard back in 15 for me, a lot of the stuff gradually became less and less where I could do anything with it. So, they've sat for a very long time, but I don't feel the luxury to go back and deal with it. But I know that there's all sorts of patriots, like Professor Clement. He's got 2 young sons. His wife is taking care of him while he's on the road, and he's not making any big money. There's people who have donated a little bit so that he can cover expenses to come out and present on the election stuff and on the working strategies for J6ers and like that. That all cuts into your time, even when you think of, well, he's home. Yeah, but then he's taking, even to put together the little presentation that you just showed your audience, the prep, the research, the setup, the scripting, and he's now doing I think a weekly show there too with other similar stuff. So I hope people will go look at that. But at the end of the day, think of all of the people that are out there putting stuff aside like this. I think, I'm just glad to be able to even have it to put aside. But at the end of the day, that's why I sold my boat here last year. I just wasn't going to get back to it. And I love my boat. But we're at a point in the fight where it's all in. And look at what's just happened. Comey got arrested, but there's more coming. This week, judges and prosecutors that are on the payroll to Soros are coming up and going to be getting some attack. Brennan is coming, over at CIA. And of course, you have some history there too.
Yeah,
that's coming. In fact, I spent the other day.
I was there in the Brennan, and I knew that he was a bad man. It was very obvious.
Yeah, and all the people around them, all the stuff that they're doing, around them, these are a pretty evil crew.
Totally.
So
I like all these cars. You're a car aficionado, obviously, and some people notice some of these cars in the chat, but we've had other people that, like Jay Leno, like he has a lot of cars, but he had a black eye to keep some of those cars. I don't think you're going to have that problem.
Well, I can tell you this, and every guy here knows this, maybe a few gals, but if you're not using them and you can't take care of them, the spouses are always very ready to tell you that you should thin them out and get rid of them, but they're all personal. It's like it's like your pets, and there's history. I just got off the phone with one of the mechanics that does stuff for me, and I have a couple of cars out in the East Coast. I got several cars out in the East Coast that I'm getting ready to move out to the West and to Vegas, and it's I've had them sitting out there literally for several years in storage, and but I can't use them out there. I was gonna maybe drive a couple of them back that I wanted to. I was looking forward to it, but I'm not gonna get a chance. And so they're just kind of, you just know when you're not using them that there's 1,000 little things that dry out, need attention, something. If you're using it all the time, at least you can keep it up. And I've for a long time I did keep track of all my stuff, but the fight is so now. And I know all through this audience, everybody feels that they know this is coming to a head. And so this is that one moment where you can't drop your guard. You can't roll it in. This is the one moment you got to be for. Even doing what President Trump did with the generals the other day reaffirms that. We're at this moment where it's all flipping and reversing. And by the way, did you notice, maybe some of your audience knows this or don't, President Trump at 5 o'clock in his presentation on the over in Virginia with the Navy, at 5 o'clock sharp, right on the button, he does a big Q in the air, right, with his hand. Well, excuse me, 5 o'clock is what military time?
1700, yeah.
Yeah, and so Q is 17. Esther is the 17th book of the Bible. This is all about the boomerang. This is all coming around. We've seen the apex. When the boomerang goes out, it goes out and it goes up. It turns and then it gains momentum coming back a little bit. This is that, I think, the apex. But the other thing you should take from that is it's not the end. Just because things are turning, there's a lot of moving parts in doing what we have to do here in the next bit, taking out some of the crooked judges, which Professor Clements talks about in his presentation there that you listened to, and taking out some of the crooked prosecutors is a big deal. And then let me add this too, and I think it's an important thing that has to be added. My focus moving forward, and it is the next several years now, I've talked about the importance of these arrests that are coming, and that these people that were involved in this treasonous, traitorous moment have to see justice. And so as we see this coming to pass, Brennan and others, Hillary, all the others, some of them deciding to, not go through the trial phase that's coming, not wanting to experience Gitmo, self-exterminating. But as we move through that phase, the one thing that I'm going to be emphasizing with your audience and others, and it is, I have had it written, but standing by, because I initially wanted to, but I decided I didn't want to take the attention off of this current moment and the lead up to this phase of the arrests. But I do consider this just the turn at the apex to the more important issue, which is this. This was all orchestrated and conducted from outside the United States. This was our enemies. We had treasonous traitors within our government operations, in positions of power and authority, who did horrible things against America, trying to capture, divert, steal the helm of the ship of state. But at the end of the day, it was being orchestrated from outside the country, and it wasn't done by George Soros. Okay, Soros, as I've told your audience and others repeatedly, is just a figurehead for British intelligence. And all the money that he got was stolen from the people within the common market countries when they took down various currencies. It was an attack to have a black bag with money to do what Soros is doing within this globalist agenda. The fight is a lot bigger and broader than most people have understood. And as we get into the discovery phase, preparing for trials and the disclosures that will come from Gitmo, I think what this audience and what I'll ask other audiences to do is listen between the lines for an understanding of how a group of royalists, primarily out of the city of London and including the British, as well as other countries, Dutch prominently, and others within these royal families, have colluded in various ways, including the Green Movement, to try to steal the future of the world and do a coup against not just America, but against the whole world. With these elections and with the election systems and like that. And even what is at first look, China, to understand that there is a royalist component, these people seeking their empire and to continue with their empire, their imperialist idea and ideals out into the next centuries. They want to destroy humanity as we now know it, and they believe that they can own the future by killing the rest of the planet off, seeing us destroyed. And so we have we will see the American component of that, where they have infiltrated, become part of our government, been supported, funded, to bring America back under the heel of these royals and the organizations that they operate and fund in plain sight that seem so benign or American. It's not just one, it's multiple organizations that seem disconnected at one level, but at another level are totally connected. It's not 33 degrees, it's 360 degrees of various groups and people working together, most of the time, even those individuals not understanding how completely interconnected their actions are at the highest levels. And so there's a certain need, and it's what I'm going to put a lot of my energy into, to helping to connect all of those dots so that people see that even these minions who seemed so powerful here in America at various times and got their, way, there's other chessboards that are out of sight where these manipulators are moving and working from to try to control the course of the world for their advantage and to destroy the world with their wars and famines and stuff like that, for their desired outcome, which is a depopulated planet where only their chosen ones get to be part of the future. And I want people to understand that, think about, we'll try to pull the pieces together as much as possible to make it clearer and clearer. And I think as these prosecutions go through, that's what I hope within this audience and others similar, that it begins to gel and make sense So we see beyond the visible people, just like you would see beyond Soros himself, and understand he's just a figurehead for something much larger, a conflict that's much greater, and then understanding that, we're only at some level at a midpoint as we begin to go and pluck up some of these useful idiots that are even in powerful positions who themselves are just pawns in a much larger game to own and control the world. Does that click for you? I mean, am I saying that in the way?
Because a lot of people are like, they're going to see Hillary and Comey and Brennan, go bye-bye. And they're like, okay, we're all done. No, we have a lot more to go. It's levels like you're talking about. Soros is nothing.
Well, and I think by at least having this in part of the conversation, my concern up to this moment has been not to get ahead of our skis. I remember Steve Largent, the receiver up at the Seahawks years ago after a playoff game or something. He did some amazing play, and the announcer at the time asked him, he said, after the game, he says, I mean, when everybody's looking at you and everybody knows you're the one that's going to get the ball, and you're running out, the play, and it was like the whole game ran on this one play, and he had this history, and he's the guy. And so the announcer says, or this interviewer says, don't you think about, what are you thinking about at a moment like that? Aren't you worried you might drop the ball in the whole game? Everybody blames the whole thing on you because you didn't catch the ball and you could have won the game. And this time it worked, but how many times doesn't it work, and blah, blah, blah. And he made a very important statement that goes to a level of professionalism, focus, mental acuity, to push out all other thoughts that could be destructive, divisive, damaging. And he gave this answer that has stuck with me all the way through. For a very long time, I've thought about this over and over, lots of key moments. He said, when I'm at this point in the game, I don't think about all the times I've dropped the ball. I don't think about failure. I don't think about, because this is what the announcer's saying, aren't you afraid you're going to fail? And, he doesn't think about that. He thinks about the times he's succeeded, the reason he's even there in the first place, and that he has the skill, the ability. That's why he's the guy on the field at that critical moment. He thinks about all the times he succeeded. We're at this crucial moment, and I've had people, even in the last few days there in D.C., but this hasn't happened. This isn't going to happen. We don't know if that's going to happen. Very defeatist at a moment when we're about to see some of the greatest victories ever in the history of the planet that prove that we can win and take back control from monsters of the way our country works, and help go out into the world and change the way the world works. Save millions of lives from these monsters trying to, drive us off the road into oblivion, into hell. And that's painful for me within this audience. And you know this even from your own experience. You fight like you train. And so you train to win. You don't train to lose. And if you have backups, that's so you will win, even as things go funny or crazy or directions you didn't necessarily plan on. Well, you planned for those changes. Sun Tse, in his book, Art of War, one of the passages that's one of the most important, he says that people that continue to consult and to continue to reevaluate options and possibilities, that they win. And those who tend not to reconsider, reevaluate, contemplate, and review tend to lose.
Yeah.
So yes, we're at this rarefied moment where we have to go through, okay, what if, okay, what's going on, okay, but not with the mindset, what if I drop the ball? How am I going to, explain this to my girlfriend, my mom, the viewers and all that? But in a very positive way. No, if this thing happens, the guy cuts in front of me that way, I'm going to do this and I'm going to cut that way. I'm going to play to win. I'm going to make the move. I'm going to get the ball to the ground and buy that extra minute. But I'm going to get across the, 10-yard line before I do it. I'm going to somehow accomplish the goal. You've got an attitude, a spirit of success, not failure. We're at the brink of something absolutely stunningly amazing.
Yeah.
And the game goes on, because once we get through this next series of plays, then we're on the way towards going after the real monsters, the global monsters. And that's the playoffs, not this next play. This is just getting through the regular season. Playoffs are coming, and that's when we go after the globalists. And that's why things like what's going on in Israel, Ukraine, Africa, Central and South America, Venezuela, and all of the Pacific is just so critical right now. And then the amazing thing is Trump, people think he has, plenty of time in the day to do whatever. Think of the sacrifices. He's got grandchildren. He would love to spend the whole day, the whole week, playing around with the grandkids and doing his golfing. And he's putting all sorts of things aside, as so many of this audience are, to get to this next place in the game. This is no time to wimp out or be distracted. So it's all happening. It's coming to pass just like we thought it would so long ago.
Yeah, but so many people wanted to know, and they still do, because there's people like, what's next? What? It's like my kid, well, what, daddy, over and over again. And like you just described, when I've been in combat and I've been in dangerous situations, I don't have a preconceived idea of what's going to happen. So a lot of people want this preconceived, perfect response to everything. It doesn't happen. And you've been perfect with this. You give the best, future event possible that we are focused on. We can focus on, but you have to go in with an open mind, with critical thinking, and with team effort type mentality. My best things every time when I was in a combat situation, and things went absolutely perfect, I went in completely empty mind, and I just let things, happen as they did. I trusted my team. I trusted the people I was working with. Everyone did incredible. We would look back on it and it's like, that was impossible what we did, but that impossibility is possible by that type of mentality. And you just described it perfectly. Thank you.
Well, let me just add this. There's people that they want, we want to do a show like this and give you every last detail, cash that, and, blah, blah, blah. There's plenty of people doing that. I could do a blow by blow, but it might not be as useful as trying to game out some of the options of what's going on here, what's the broader meaning, and trying to, look at moving forward and prepare people for those next possibilities. I think that might be the proper place or role, at least for me for the moment, to try and tie these current events that are things that we already knew were coming, talked about, and now they're coming to pass with the coming arrests. Well, they haven't arrested Hillary yet. It hasn't happened. Oh, chill. Hold on. It's coming. It's very close. Okay. Now I'm trying to be further ahead than most of the other people out there. And what does that mean? Is the fight over? And if you think the fight is over, then you're missing the best part of the fight, which is the playoffs. Come on, take a deep breath. It's not season 2, it's playoffs. So anyway, because the other reason I want to get this, I want to get the show on the road. I want to get to the playoffs because I got a lot of stuff. I got a brand new engine for my Saline that's been sitting in the crates. All of the drivetrain pulled out, waiting for 4 years. It's painful. I want to get my Shelby out, clean it up, park both of them side by side. Look at all the dust on my cars.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're just sitting here. I got a lot of personal stuff I'd love to do.
Yeah.
And prove to my wife that it's very important that I have my cars so I can, stay busy doing something else when things are on the right track. I'm highly motivated, okay?
Yeah.
But it just isn't the moment yet. It just isn't. And so you take a deep breath and stay focused to get through this next moment. And that's the thing about even what Steve Largent said. You can't have your mind on I'm going over into the end zone. How many times have you seen players in professional football or any other sport probably, and they're already getting ready to do the dance going into the end zone and thinking about, am I going to dance this way? Am I going to throw the ball that way? What am I going to do? And they haven't even caught the ball yet. You can't even think about running down the field so much as just catch the ball and then worry about those next moves. And so not getting ahead to the other stuff globally too much for the time being, maybe acknowledging that that's an issue coming forward, and that's where I want to put a lot of my attention going forward. We still have to get through these next moments. And by the way, on the election stuff for 2026, don't expect, there's all sorts of issues over at Justice Department, and they're not the fault of the good guys. A very captured operation. Some good guys have come in. They're trying to get things going the right way. There's a lot of people that left. There's a legacy. Doge cut out a bunch of money that was going in there. I've talked with Rob many times. The solution and the things that have to happen both to get a proper prosecution and all 3 courts, which means court, and then the solutions, getting ready for 2026. We cannot have a stolen election, the election that is tainted through various types of fraud for the federal election 2026. So solutions will not be just executions. You see some people circulation over the next months within corrupt prosecutors and judges. The solutions will only partially occur, and they won't be completed in time for 2026. So watch for, prepare for the unexpected, be ready for the unexpected. And that's another thing about training. You train for everything you know, and then you also train for the unexpected. So within your conversations to your fellow citizens, friends, family, everything else. If you're over fixated on solutions coming from the place that they should logically come from, which is Justice Department, you might be frustrated or disappointed ultimately while you don't see it coming from that direction in the time period you expect to see it. I think you're going to have to take a deep breath and be prepared for solutions coming from directions that nobody saw or anticipated fully, and let them play out. The people around the president and the president himself got him here in the first place are very clear on what must and needs to be done to protect the future here and what's coming. And we should all be very grateful that we have such a great group of patriots that are in position to do what needs to be done at the right time, right place, right way, to keep us intact as a country, as a people.
Yeah, very good. So you've talked about this month, October, as potentially being pretty involved, maybe into next month as well. What are your current? Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that classically it's been referred to as Red October. Of course, we have the anniversary coming up of the October 7th stuff in Israel, and lots of anticipation that there may be some type of reprisals, attacks to emphasize that date. So I know that at other times there were attempts to try and do that. We thwarted them and anticipated, and the bad guys, the black hats, didn't get to pull off what they intended. But every situation is unique and different. So, again, deep breaths. Let's not drop our guard. And then each time we thwart some of these monsters, the more frustrated they get when they come back. Remember, Benghazi happened on the 11th anniversary, not the 10th anniversary. Most people were looking for that. And by the way, on the flip side, Bush 1, his New World Order speech happened 11 years before 9/11. So they had a 11-year calendar that they were working from, not a 10-year, which most people think of. You could easily see some kind of a variation in the attacks and things like that suits their purposes. They love to live by the numbers and celestial alignments and all sorts of other, gizmos. But let's not be afraid to think outside the box. We have very sophisticated enemies that we're engaging with.
Yeah, totally. I was just talking with a person that's very high up in LA, and they were talking about 30-year, programs that they have going on. So, and they just pointed out all these different things, how every 30 years, they hammer down a little bit more, they grab a little bit more, they steal a little bit more, they're a little bit more corrupt. So, and that happens in a 30-year period. It's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting. You just raised something that I should mention. And I don't want to give away the farm on it. Mm-hmm. But in the bonds, see, one of the most insidious ways that the American people have been being trapped, our system hijacked, money diverted in order to do all sorts of political mischief, is in the bonds. Fire district bonds, school district bonds, road projects, high-speed train in California, the monorail up in Seattle. These bonds and then grants of money being diverted from the bond issues illegally. That's about to get a whole bunch of attention. And probably realistically, a month out before it really gets where it's going to. But billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in taxpayer money being hijacked, scooped off of this bond money that everybody that has property has to pay, being exposed for the frauds that are going on in there. Oh my gosh, you aren't going to believe what's coming. And it's going to affect the political machine in ways almost nobody can anticipate right now. I mean, I just went through it again over the last few days with the legal stuff that's coming. And money is the mother's milk of politics. So while you're looking at donations and Soros and all sorts of other things, what pales all of those donations is the bond money, because the bond money is what's running these law firms and the unions of, whoever does the projects gets the projects based on, government decisions and allocations and all that, project managers, program managers and all that. Consider the guy out in Iowa, who was the school superintendent. Everybody's heard about this, and he wasn't even a U.S. citizen. Now think about that times 100, times 1,000. You're about to get your mind blown by what's been going on and why people like that. His wasn't as innocent as at first it would appear. The reason that was exposed is because that was peripheral to another project looking at these things in other locations. And it was decided to provide that information to target that particular individual without blowing other similar projects going on in other places in the country. You're about to see more of just that. Many of them orders of magnitude worse. And remember this, while you're all excited about he is an illegal, got to this high position with false credentials, etc. In his position, he had certain legal and signing authority for asking for and directing where school bond money goes in the largest school district in Iowa.
Wow.
Or Ohio. So within that context, now think of many others. If you're a taxpayer, you have property, and you have to pay a bunch of money out. Who's, regulating, funding, controlling that? The law firms, all sorts of little things that you don't fully realize. Within the country of major cities, the working number right now is that 15% of all the bond money is being routed illegally. Think of trillions of dollars. There's projects going on around the country, and somebody has access to 15% of that to support their legal, political ambitions. How are you going to compete with that? Okay, so that's what's coming. It's going to be epic. It's going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, just a little tidbit for folks.
Yeah, good point about the all those taxes that we've talked about over the years that are probably going to go away. Homeowner tax, probably going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
Property taxes. So,
Well,
it's a scam.
if you can make that go away, think of how different your life is. It's like leeches, parasites, externally and internally on, us as a people. Wouldn't you like to have that to spend on your kids and the other guys not have it to spend on their latest bullshit? You you look at what the property taxes are. You don't own your property. You're on a long-term lease. Somebody else owns it when they have the ability to tax it away from you, and they're doing it. It's huge taxes. It's just one of many. But don't pay your property taxes. See what happens. They're faster than the IRS are to come take your property. Okay? So...
Absolutely. So I think the silver, as we're seeing, is going to continue to go up. I've gotten a lot of those coins. You can't see it. I have a lot of coins. No, I'm not really a collector anymore. The last big run in silver, my collectibles didn't really do well. So I'm pretty much a guy that does 1,000 coins or bars now. But I like these coins. These coins are going to be very amazing going forward. You have a very good price on the Jennifer Mack website. And every time you put up a new coin, the Gitmo's a recent one, I just grab them. Yep. So they're
the Gitmo's,
very the U.S. Mint, and you actually have a discount. You're discounting below the U.S. Mint price, and these are far more collectible, I think, than the United States Mint coins.
Well, they're what's called a proof coin, and so you can get uncirculated or just the regular stuff, and you're getting it for significantly less. But proof coins are different, and so ours are done at that level of quality. And then we haven't printed some amazing, unbelievable amount. They're relatively thin on the production numbers. And so they'll have a certain rarity. In fact, several of the coins, I didn't even keep enough for ourselves. We had to fulfill the orders. And so I actually had to go buy some coins back from one of the people that bought quite a few to cover a couple of orders on some of them. But, and I've been, just like you said, you didn't do as well in some of the collector stuff. I think I've told your audience and other audiences, I've always tried to say, look, if you're looking for the best buy from an investment standpoint on silver, just what I call bag or junk silver, which is silver coins, pre-64, any of them, dimes, quarters, dollars, whatever, just sold by weight.
Yep.
It is tender for a to buy. I think is the best buy, and the only other thing, even beyond what we have, although I think there's a collector side that they will be ultimately worth quite a bit more because they're kind of fun within the